Meeting is called to order. And Dr. Day, pledge of allegiance.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Dr. Day. Next item is agenda approval. Before we go to that, I have Attorney Towns. Attorney Towns, in light of the potential litigation, could we talk about the facilities master plan follow-up as recommended by the superintendent?
Yes, the board can continue to address the facilities master plan. The filing of an appeal right now has no legal effect on the board and its decision until a judge addresses the matter. So if the board wishes to address the master facilities plan in scenario 3, there is no legal ban to proceeding with tonight's agenda on that topic.
So what I'm hearing from you is we can go ahead and move.
Yes,
with the
any
facilities plan.
discussions or decision-making that you all would like to make.
So, motion to approve the agenda?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would like to make a final motion for the rest of the year because I'm learning best practices as a school board member. I would like to motion to rescind scenario 3 from our September 19th board meeting. And I make a motion to do so.
So you're motioning to amend the agenda.
Well, that wasn't a motion to amend the agenda. That was a motion to take action on rescinding a previous.
We cannot, this is for agenda.
Yeah, so I think properly, his motion should wait till we've resolved the agenda, and then we give him the floor back after the agenda is set, and he can make his motion then.
Let's give him you would like to amend the agenda, or would you like to,
So what Dr. Day said is fine.
you like to discuss in the end?
We want to give him the floor after we've amended the agenda for him to make his motion.
So I move forward with the,
So I believe his motion would be to amend the agenda
Yeah.
at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't sound that.
No, he didn't say that, but I think that's his intent.
So you want to put an item into the agenda to discuss that? Is that what you're want?
That particular item, yes. Right.
there's a motion to amend the agenda. Would you state your motion to the clerk, please, so she can write it down?
Yes, I would like to amend the agenda by putting forth a motion to rescind our September 19th vote concerning scenario 3.
The motion will require a second. Since there's no second, it appears, Dr. Day, am I right? The motion, amendment,
I have not heard a second.
yes, the motion dies. We move on to the main motion. Go ahead.
I would like to make a motion. Because our closed meeting later in the agenda involves a couple of attorneys who will be joining us by Zoom, we would like to establish a time by which we come to that point of an agenda, so we don't leave them sitting in their offices for a long period. So I would like to, the technical form of this motion is to make item G of our agenda, which is the closed session, to make it what's called a special order for 8 o'clock or whenever the preceding item, G, is complete. But all that means is that if 8 o'clock comes before we get to item H, the closed meeting, we will suspend what we're doing, go have our closed meeting. When the closed meeting is over, we come back and we pick up our agenda where we left off. That's the effect of the motion I'm making, out of courtesy and respect for
Would you
the.
state your motion to the clerk?
So here's the short version. Make item H, the closed meeting, a special order for 8 o'clock or when item G is complete, whichever comes first.
Required. Is there a second to them?
Second.
Any discussion? So to me, what you're saying is, it's a fiscally prudent idea because the attorney's clock will start at 8 o'clock, so we gotta see them at 8. If we take longer, then we're paying them money,
We're paying them to sit waiting for us.
waiting for us, okay. Any other discussion? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Jalil?
Yes.
Mr. Andrews?
Yes.
Mr. Charles?
Yes.
Dr. Day?
Yes?
Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
Dr. Carter?
Yes.
Mrs. Preston?
Yes.
Mr. DePaul?
Yes.
Mrs. Laurie?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Are we back to the main agenda? Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion.
Second.
Mr. DePaul, Dr. Day, this,
May I comment? According to Robert's rules, when an agenda contains a special order, which ours now does, approval requires a two-thirds vote.
thank you. Any other discussion on the agenda? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Jalil?
No.
Mr. Andrews?
Yes.
Mr. Charles?
Yes.
Dr. Day?
Yes?
Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
Dr. Carter?
Yes.
Mr. DePaul?
Yes.
Ms. Laurie?
Yes.
Motion carries 8.
Ms. Preston?
I'm sorry. Ms.
Yes.
Preston, my apologies.
So do we have two-third votes, ma'am?
Yes,
You do.
2-1.
The agenda is approved. The next is the chair comments. I just wanted to say that when we started this academic year, we started to have an academic success committee. And the purpose is to work on achievement gap and reducing the learning loss our kids have encountered as part of pandemic. And I hope this board will hereon focus on those two things to make sure with Governor Youngkin's all-in money we are going to get now, we are laser focused on achieving that we reduce that achievement gap and work on rebuilding the learning lost these kids. Otherwise, we'll have a whole bunch of not one generation, multiple generations lost. So there's a big ask on the members of the Academic Success Committee to make sure that you bring to the board and to the superintendent a solid plan so that we can move forward. We have talked about for years, and Mr. McCain, I don't know if he's in the audience today or not, he will vouch for that, and we got to work on it seriously with action-oriented plan. I'll yield my time to Mr. Tross. You got
That is actually, I think everybody on this board has that as a very important goal. It's one of my top goals is to close the achievement gap. Along those lines, I would ask that the academic committee reach out to some of the community members. Certainly we have community members here that have really shown themselves for being committed to their schools. I'd like to see that same type of involvement and commitment to closing the achievement gap or addressing the achievement gap issue. Danny McCain, I've reached out to him. I've worked with him and some of his colleagues since I've been on the school board in addressing that matter. And I've reached out to him, and he is more than willing to be whether it's a associate member, of honorary member, contributing person from the community to helping the academic committee address that matter. He did undergo a medical procedure on Monday. I wish him well with that, but he is more than willing to get out there, as are other community leaders that we've had at my office meeting from time to time. So please reach out. I will give you the information to contact these individuals and lean on these community members that are more than willing to get out there and help us address that matter, because it's important to them, it's important to us, and it should be important to our whole city, because it's a big deal, so.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. I'll yield the rest of the time to Dr. Day because we have some Robert's Rule issues. So a refresher on Robert's Rule for the board. Go ahead, Doctor.
So, there has been some confusion and missteps in some of our recent meetings, and the chair has asked me to clarify some aspects of our parliamentary procedures. Our procedures are specified in our various policies, which constitute our bylaws, all available on board docs. One of those policies in particular, BDDEZ, specifies that in the absence of any specific bylaw of the Lynchburg City School Board, the current version of Robert's Rules of Order shall be considered the authority on parliamentary law. The current version of Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised, 12th edition, is that reference which by our bylaws we turn to when we don't have specific directions in the bylaws that you find on board docs. Now, I'm going to go over a number of topics that have come up recently where there have been some issue about that. I will provide the clerk with a text version of what I'm reading here so that it's available for anyone who wants to review it. And I'll include citations to the particular paragraphs and chapters in Robert's Rules in that document if you want to follow up. Let me say that I am not a trained parliamentarian. I'm just doing the best I can to clarify the policies and rules as I understand them, and I'm welcome to be corrected if I've misinterpreted anything. The first thing I want to address is something that I think I have been guilty of more than anyone else. We need, as board members, we each need to wait until we are recognized by the chair before we speak. Only one person has the floor at a time. I know I have been guilty of that, jumping in and responding to somebody when I should not have. I should have waited to be recognized by the chair. This is explicitly stated in Robert Rules, as is the rule that our comments should be addressed to the chair, not to each other. The reason for that is to prevent us getting into kind of a verbal free-for-all here or a couple individuals going back and forth at each other. It's to maintain an attitude of decorum and order. So the next topic I want to say something about is the issue of a quorum. Without a quorum, no business can be transacted. And by our policy BDDD, a quorum of the board is a majority. Now, in this context, the word majority means more than half. On an 8-member board, 4 is not a majority. It takes more than half to be a majority. For committees, our bylaws do not specify what a quorum is, but according to Robert's Rules, when the bylaws do not specify a quorum, the quorum is a majority. So a quorum for committees is a majority as well. Since by our policy BCEZ, the board chair is an ex officio member of all committees, the chair is not counted when determining the number of members required for a quorum or whether a quorum is present or not. So for example, for a committee of 3 plus the chair as an ex officio member, the quorum required is still 2 members present to reach a quorum. If you counted the ex officio member, that would make it a 4-member committee, which more than 2 would be required for a quorum. But Robert's Rules says explicitly when the chair is an ex officio member of all committees, which our bylaws specify, you don't count him in determining the number of members required for a quorum. Next, remote participants are not to be part of the quorum necessary to call a meeting to order, because until the board or committee can conduct business, it cannot consider and approve a motion to allow remote participation as required by our policy BDD. The only exception to that is if the governor has declared a state of emergency. So for example, at a meeting of a committee with 3 members, if there's only 1 member physically present, a second waiting for approval to participate electronically, and a third not present, quorum is not present. Okay? There need to be at least 2 members of a 3-member committee physically present to declare a quorum. So a call to order under those circumstances I just described in that example would be invalid. And I neglected to say at the beginning that if you're listening to what I'm saying and you realize that you or your committee has violated some of these guidelines, my purpose is not to call anyone else or criticize anyone for honest mistakes or misunderstandings. I'm just trying to clarify what the applicable rules to us are to prevent us from crossing the lines in the future. Next item to address is adding items to an agenda. Our board meeting agenda are set a week in advance in an agenda preparation meeting, which consists of the chair, vice chair, superintendent, and relevant staff. So if you want something on the agenda for an upcoming meeting, you should ask the chair at least a week in advance. Sometimes the agenda is full with time-critical things which should not be delayed, so the chair may need to put your item on the agenda for a later meeting. Also realize that our policy BBAZ gives the chair final authority over the prepared agenda. He may deny your request if he feels it is inappropriate in some way. However, BBAZ also says that a meeting's agenda is subject to amendment and adoption according to the procedures in Robert's Rules of Order. Once the motion to approve the agenda is made at the beginning of a meeting and seconded, but before the motion to approve is voted on, a member may move to amend the agenda. Understand that unless there's a reason the desired change could not be discussed with the chair in advance, such a motion, though legal, could be viewed as a hostile act by the chair. Such changes require only a majority vote to be approved. After there has been a vote to approve the agenda, then motions to change the agenda require a 2/3 vote. An exception is a special meeting called under our policy BDB, and we've had just one such meeting this year. That was our meeting on October 6th. For those meetings called specifically under that policy, unanimous consent of members present is required to add business beyond that which was stated in the call for the meeting. Next topic is votes and abstentions. As I've said before, majority means more than half. 2/3 means at least 2/3, not more than 2/3. Both of these are explicitly stated in Robert's Rules. So, for example, a vote of 4 in favor and 4 against fails because that does not achieve a majority. It's not more than half, it's exactly equal to half. A vote of 2 for and 1 against passes if the vote requires 2/3, because that's exactly 2/3. Exactly 2/3 passes a 2/3 vote. Unless there's a special rule prescribing otherwise, and we don't have any such in our bylaws, the proportion of votes that must concur with a motion, such as majority or 2/3, is always based on the number of members present and voting. Abstentions are not counted in the number of members present and voting. So, for example, if our 9-member board held a vote with 4 votes for yes, 3 votes for no, and 2 abstentions, that's only 7 members voting. It requires a majority of the 7 members. 4 would qualify, even though 4 is less than the number of members on the board as a whole. So if you abstain, you should realize that you may be lowering the threshold for the motion to pass. And then the last topic I wanted to address is the election and change of committee chairs. The chair of a committee is responsible for communicating with the clerk about meeting dates, times, agenda, as well as presiding over the meeting itself. So if the chair expects to be absent, they should arrange for someone to preside over the meeting in their absence. And of course, their absence will make it more difficult to achieve a quorum as well. According to our policies BCA and BCB, the board chair and vice chair are elected and serve 1-year terms. And by BCEZ, the board chair appoints all members to committees of the board, but we have no policy that prescribes how committees are to choose their chairs. Our practice in the past has been that each committee elects its chair among its members. And there is a prescription in Robert's Rules where there's sort of a customary procedure like that that's not written into the bylaws. There should be a majority vote of the board to deviate from it. In committee meetings subsequent to the one where the board chair is elected, a motion to rescind the vote to elect the chair can be made. Any member can make the motion, and if seconded, a majority vote is sufficient to adopt the motion to rescind the previous election of chairs. And again, I think I need to say, there's a difference between a motion to rescind and a motion to reconsider. They're different, they apply in different situations, and the motion to reconsider, or motion to reconsider has some different rules when applied in a small committee than it does when applied in the full board. So if you want the details of that, again, you're going to have to go to Robert's Rules. And the very last thing that I wanted to say is the appointing authority for a committee, which is the board chair in our case, has the power to remove or replace committee members. That's the end of my comments.
About the vote yes, no, not this time, how the voting should be.
Well, if you're voting, there's three responses. You can say yes, or in favor, no, or abstain. And people need to make their response clear so it's not misunderstood.
Thank you, Dr. Day. We move on to the next item, E1, 50 voices, 50 state grants. Dr. Edwards.
Gonna ask that Dr. Roll and Ms. Wilkins and Ms. Carson from EC Glass join us. They were the recipients of the 50 Voices, 50 States grant of $10,000. And they're here to briefly talk about the grant and answer any questions that the school board may have. So we welcome you.
Welcome, Dr.
Thank you. Good afternoon, good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, Dr. Edwards, members of the school board. We're here to share, because of the amount of the grant, we want to propose it and put it before the board for approval for the 50 Voices, 50 States grant awarded, or EC Glass staff was selected last year, the amount of $10,000. So there are three main project areas within the $10,000 GSA grant budget submitted for approval. The first area is funds for general club activities, snacks, T-shirts, flags, awareness days, club field trips, and club fundraisers. This area is just to help the club, which has existed in one form or another at EC Glass since 2005, to operate more activities. These activities include trips to museums, sponsoring a door decorating contest, and hosting an intra-club party at EC Glass. The second area is a safe space or quiet room at EC Glass for all students who need a break in class, need to outreach about a bullying situation, or have sensory overload and need to reset. Many schools within LCS already have such rooms, and they have been shown to promote student self-regulation and are correlated to better student outcomes. The students selected this project due to the high rate of bullying that the LGBTQIA+ community experiences, but the entire school would be welcomed and encouraged to use the room. The budget for the room includes flexible seating, interactive sensory devices, non-intrusive lighting, and white noise machines. The final area is another school-wide project that we hope will minimize time away from instruction and embarrassment for students who menstruate. Currently, if students need to get menstrual products, they have to go to the school nurse, which is 3 floors away from some classes and has a large potential for accidents. Our students want to purchase 2 free menstrual product dispensers to put in bathrooms in different areas of the school, and enough products to keep them stocked throughout the school year, so that students can access these necessary supplies without walking the length of the building. As we hope this budget demonstrates that you should have, the students of the EC Glass GSA selected projects to not only benefit themselves as a club, but also to build stronger mental health supports, meet more physical needs, and build a stronger sense of community at EC Glass. I have Ms. Carson and Ms. Wilkins here that might be able to answer any questions, as they worked with the GSA Club to submit the grant.
Board help Marie do it.
Hand it to you if you have any questions.
Dr.
I have some questions. Is the concern, would you say, primarily about bullying? Is that the primary motive, do you think, for the safe room in particular?
It was what brought it to our students' attention, but the quiet rooms and safe space rooms have multiple functions in schools. some students on the autism spectrum, or who simply have self-regulation issues in general, have it written in their IEPs or 504 plans that they have a place like this to go to. And currently, EC Glass does not have one.
And if I can step in too, I've had students where that is a part of their IEP, and it's been difficult to find a place where they're able to have one place that they can go at any time if they need a break. It wouldn't be something where somebody would stay in there for a whole class period or anything like that, but I have students where it is in their IEP that they can take a 5-minute break or a 10-minute break when they're feeling overwhelmed. And right now, what they have to do is they have to go to their resource teacher, and that's not always necessarily a space where there's already probably a class in there, or that resource teacher might be co-teaching another class. And so there isn't that space that is one place to go. They get kind of shuffled around.
So would this be different than, I guess, what I'd call a student lounge?
It would have more like sensory, and like, I mean, we've had like senior lounges before, and they were just areas that had,
It's a hangout place?
yeah, something along those lines. This would be more intentional, and it would have things specifically for like sensory. Like if you look at the budget, there are things that for
Like a
like
white noise machine?
right, yeah, the headphones that are for blocking out all kinds of noises that are distracting. There's some kind of different kinds of seating that are shown to help some students. So just more intentional in terms of needs.
I saw a webpage that described these grants from the same granting agency in general, that described also including donations of books to the library. Is that part of this grant as well?
So originally, we had put that into the grant, but we've taken that out. It is something that any, written resources that we would have in the safe room would be something that we would get from LCS or things like that, anti-bullying kind of information.
Okay.
It's not something where we're putting in our own written resources.
Mr. DeBoer?
With the room and its structure, is it sequestered? Is it somehow, if it is, somehow segregated or sequestered from main population? Who is going to be, or what is the part of the budget that's going to be dedicated to having it supervised?
So we haven't discussed exactly which room it is going to be, but I have envisioned it as being one of the ones near guidance, and there also, that's very near a lot of the special education teachers' rooms, and so we would have to kind of discuss what the exact coverage for that room would be, but we would definitely have coverage for that room. It would not be just a hangout and that
I
kind of
just see,
thing.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, absolutely. And there's gonna be expensive equipment in there as well that we would, want monitored as well.
Sorry.
So in light of what he's saying, would the door have a lock on it, so it's only used when it needs to be used?
As far as I'm aware, all the doors have locks on them,
So it would have a lock on it?
yes, yes. ma'am.
And would it be used for restraining people who are violent?
No, that's a different level of,
That's a different, so, because I'm saying if everybody's out of is in the room, you need to restrain this person, you need a space, would you use that space during the school day?
I think if we had a student who needed to calm down, but I wouldn't term that to be a restraint, but if you had somebody who was, and I've had students in my class where today's just a bad day, and they need, they're ready to, go off, and they need that time just to kind of be quiet, listen to some music, compose themselves, and it's really something where we intend that to be something where they can learn those coping skills. So it would be something where we give them the space to be able to do that for themselves. But
this is more of a proactive approach to students who might become violent, and hoping that we can get them here, get them into a self-regulation mode, and then can go back to class and have worked out whatever issue that was. And if it's something that's deeper than that, then, you know, they can go to the guidance counselor, they can go to their administrator, and that kind of thing,
So this will be only used during the day, it won't be used after school?
That's,
It should just be during the day.
Yeah.
Only during the day this room would be used?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Other discussion?
All right, I have another question.
Mr. Troy,
Go ahead.
go ahead.
Okay, and I'm asking this because the club, the group that achieved the grant or was awarded the grant, and the name of that group is?
the Genders and Sexualities Alliance.
All right. What type of branding, if any, would you associate that group having within this room?
The only thing that has to be, because that goes with the grant, is that we have to put the It Gets Better project on things that they, like, so we have to put like, It Gets Better project.
Tell me about that project. I'm not familiar with it.
So, when around the 2012 area, when there were, it seems like just kind of a rash of suicides of, I'm sorry, I was teaching. Of gay children and teenagers, several celebrity people kind of made a foundation, and they started making videos just called It Gets Better. Just like, if you can grow up, if you can get there, you know, if you can just live through what you're experiencing now, it gets better. And they start making those videos. And so what this grant then, what this project is just them trying to initiate that in reality. So, you know, this is I think, maybe the second year that they've awarded grants.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear. The grant mandates that you have this branding with this particular group
Somewhere in the room?
somewhere in the room?
It can be on
No,
the,
that's,
it can be,
I'm sorry?
it can be on the outside of the, you know, on the like door sign or whatever, but.
Somewhere.
Yeah. Mhm.
Even just a sign that says, you know, and as the GSA, we'd like to put like sponsored by the GSA and sponsored by
Yeah.
the It Gets Better project, but it's intended to be an anti-suicide, you know, prevention group. And so they have videos on their website that are people talking about that their struggles with depression, and how now that they're grown up, their life is great. And, you know, it is about getting through that and realizing that if you don't grow up, things can't get better.
And I think that's a fantastic, what you've described to me sounds like it's obviously a very honorable thing to try to help in students. But this is where I'm going with my line of questioning, and I think it's probably apparent. I am concerned about the precedent, and in my world, it's called the slippery slope. If we have a room that is branded or associated with a particular group, we just opened up the door to all kinds of other groups saying, hey, what about me? What about me? And you can use your imagination as to different groups that are going to say, hey, what about me? So I'm concerned about that slippery slope that we could be going down. That is the concern I have with this whole idea of branding. So that's something I really want to explore. I'd like maybe you guys to help me with that if possible. Because the last thing I want to do is have a line of different groups, and who knows what they could be standing for, their proposition that they want to advance their cause. And you can use your imagination for that.
Well, I don't,
But, wait, I'm not finished speaking. But if we can make sure we avoid that type of issue, I mean, what you want to do from a theoretical standpoint is fantastic. I don't want to go down that slippery slope, and then we have a whole nother set of issues that we have to deal with. And you know, you see where I'm going. Go ahead.
of course, I think, go ahead.
I was gonna share too. I think that's why we have the procedures and protocols to come before the board at certain levels of funding. It has to come through our administration as well. It has to be in alignment with LCS, every child by name and need to graduation and beyond. So there's a number of procedures and safeguards to help. I certainly hear what you're saying, but I believe wholeheartedly I wouldn't have brought it before the board if I didn't think it followed in line with the every child by name in need to graduation and beyond, so.
I appreciate that, but if I'm hearing about branding, and I'm hearing that we have to have, if it's mandated or a stipulation of this grant, there has to be some branding to this room. And I'm saying branding, maybe not the right term, but you understand where I'm talking about. That gives me a pause for concern, because the last thing I want to do is have some other groups in there that who knows what they may come from, and because we're a public entity and we did it for one, we got to do it for all. That's the issue I need to address. Go ahead.
I think of this the same way, like outside of EC Glass, there are bricks on the floor and making a little wall that people paid for, that say, you know, the Smith family and things like that. That it's very similar to that they're going to give us this money to do this. I understand about branding, but I think of it on the same level. We already have some things within the school that are, I don't want to say branded, but that have where that money came from. And so, you know, I understand that we don't want to be putting this as an advertising opportunity, but I think of it the same way that if somebody donated a bench, you put a little tag on there that says donated by, you know, a different club. Maybe it's the Christian Athletes donated a bench, right? And they can put Christian Athletes on there. And to me, it feels equivalent, though please tell me if I'm...
Well, the issue is now that you brought it up, if it becomes a problem, guess what goes? The bench. Because we're not going to allow the neo-Nazi group to put a bench out there. So by bringing that up, I mean, you're addressing it and you're right. But as soon as we start advertising this stuff, then we got, as a board, as a school system, have to address it, and we have to get rid of it all.
Though I will say, as Dr. Rule said, there is a procedure to vet who gets to put things out. And so this is where we are asking you to vet. This is a great organization. They've done a lot of good things to help people. And so I would hope that if somebody like a neo-Nazi group came and tried to put something in the school, I know that we would say no to that.
Absolutely.
And so that's something where I think we can distinguish between those things, and that's why we're asking, you know, for your approval
Sure.
here, so that we can have that vetting that happens.
Mr. Jalil is there.
I would say it's a popular organization, not a great organization. But when you said it was concerning the years of 2012, it was founded in 2010 by a sex journalist. And this gentleman was someone who counseled teens through his writings on a consistent basis. And it developed more and more and more and became a very popular journal that he put together. Well, he did that for a good reason. It's because people were dying and whatnot. But there are many organizations that support children who want to self-harm. Well, this gentleman who did that in 2010 also in 2011 said he wished all Republicans were dead. And he did that on Bill Mayer's show. It's very public, you can look it up. And in 2011, the same year, he snuck into the Iowa Republican caucuses and pretended to be a member or a citizen of that state and voted. He was caught, he was put on probation for a year, fined, and more. So there's a political leaning to this organization, which it looks like it has more names, 50 states, 50 grants. It definitely is the It Gets Better program, which he founded. And I'm concerned because of his harsh statements and his extreme political leanings that it is really going to enter that into the LCS framework as being, this is something that is a permanent fixture here because of the money, because of it's intending to do some good. But there are many organizations that you can look up and you can add and help that doesn't have this labeling or branding of such a firebrand for those political ideological parts of his work. So that's why I think it's a popular program, but not a great one.
I mean, he's not associated with the board right now of the granting project. This is a new thing.
His sex journalist is one thing, you know, but not being associated with something he founded, you can't get away from it. You really can't. It's the history. You can look it up. And I don't want to bring this up, but he's pro-pornography about once a year. He has a film festival that he promotes, and that's very bad to, I mean, he gets away with it because they have a bunch of amateurs to produce this material, and then they delete it the same week. So it's okay. It's not good. I don't like any association with pornography with our school systems.
Dr. Day?
I think,
Sorry, go ahead.
sorry. I think also what can be hard is whenever we have a person who founds an organization, people are multifaceted. You know, he's also a comedian. Some of those things that were said, they were talking about, were said in jest. It is something where obviously what we are focusing on is this It Gets Better project, which does not have him on the board anymore. It is something where obviously he was involved in founding this, but it is something where, you know, this particular group is focused on schools, not really associated with him anymore, even though he was a part of its foundation. But, you know, there are plenty of things where somebody founded something and then it changes over time. And so this particular grant is focused just on schools, focused, not connected to any of those other projects that he's doing.
Dr. Carter?
And what has to be placed in the room or somewhere? What's the slogan or saying?
Just, it gets better.
It gets better, okay. And the other thing is, this is open to just certain students or any student that's in need of a respite?
All students.
All students, okay. And we know that the Nobel Peace Prize was done by the man that invented dynamite. And also, I know that those Constitution brochures that we put out was the backing of a right-wing, truly conservative group. But that label went on those constitutions that we passed out. And I just say, if we can put It Gets Better, and I know that so many students are struggling with bullying and just some of the things that years ago, your parents would say sticks and stones will break your bones, but words will never hurt you. Words do hurt. And students now are looking for anything that they can, and we want to see if it gets better, saying, I don't see anything wrong with that. And just a place for respite would be great. And now, as for the doors and locks and all of that, how will that work? Just, so if I'm a student and I really need a break, what would I need to do?
We have some logistics to work out on the details on how to, but like as shared, no student will be unsupervised, and we have to make sure that whatever's purchased, should it be approved, does not wander and walk away from us as well.
And is this the founder or whatever, is his face gonna be posted everywhere or any of it?
We're just gonna have probably one sign that says It Gets Better and GSA on it, just to say this is who's sponsoring this room. But there's not really gonna be any more than that. Everything that we're buying for the room is in the grant, so there's not, you know, we haven't put any posters in there. I mean, maybe we do need a little bit of decorating, but we haven't put any kind of other materials as far as people's faces going up or anything like that.
Just one comment. I think that the key to all of this is the advertising that you do. The great majority of students that are going to have difficulty are going to have no notion about all these things that we just discussed. So if the positive elements of the project are the ones that they know and understand, that's going to make all of the difference. If there's a safe place for them to go, if there's a place where they feel like they're being heard and understood, it's just that we, whoever that is, we just have to be very careful that, because there isn't anybody who hasn't done something wrong. Well, most people have not have done something wrong at some point in their lives, but the point is, if we emphasize the positive impacts of what it is that you're trying to achieve, I think that's going to be key to doing that. That's not an easy thing to do, certainly, but that's going to have to be what is the deciding point.
Dr. Day?
Go ahead. So I wanted to ask a question, I think that puts a point on the issue that Mr. Tross was raising. So the issue of gender identity is a very contentious one in our society today. And even within Lynchburg, I think there's a very wide range of convictions on those and related topics held by the families of our students. My attitude toward this and other contentious topics like religion or politics is that the school system needs to try to steer a middle course. Our point is to educate people, not to push their convictions one way or the other. To respect the diversity of opinions and not advocate one perspective over another, or make those who hold any one set of convictions feel that they are disfavored. Now, certainly, LGBTQ students have been the subject of ridicule and abuse and bullying. But I think also students who hold very traditional attitudes towards sexual issues have also been the subject of abuse and bullying because they are in many places in a minority position. So my question would be, if there's a student whose convictions based on their upbringing, perhaps their religious convictions, are very traditional, and they feel bullied or pressured by those supporting the positions of the LGBTQ community, will they feel comfortable in this room?
Everyone is going to be welcome, and it is.
I couldn't quite hear you.
Oh, sorry. Everyone is going to be welcome in this room, and it is intended for everyone in the school to be able to use it regardless of their beliefs. It is something where, absolutely, if they wanted to come in, they would be welcome to do so. If for some reason they felt some kind of apprehension about going into a room that said LGBTQIA on the door, that is something that, we would have a discussion about. It's the same where there are plenty of resources that are sponsored by churches or sponsored by those things. That doesn't necessarily mean that the resource itself isn't going to be neutral. They come from a variety of places. And so this is the same thing. If we had a student who felt, perhaps like this was something that they didn't agree with, they still would be welcome to use whatever facilities are there.
Well-
It's really meant for everyone. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I'm getting at this issue of branding. So I noticed on the budget sheet that Dr. Rule presented to us, one of the items is an LGBTQIA+ History Month infographic poster set. So if there's posters of that type in the room, and a student comes from a very traditional moral upbringing, family background, are they going to feel comfortable going in there to get away from the bullying and pressure that they feel, and yet see another sign that's advocating the very element they feel is pressuring them?
Those are actually not for the room, but go ahead.
Yeah, the budget has, next to it, there's a column that explains what each item is for, and those are not for the actual room.
It says
'Cause we have-
education and outreach. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, so the ones that say safe space and quiet room, those are the things earmarked for the room.
Okay.
But those posters are intended for us to be able to share during LGBTQ History Month, during the school, if that is approved and you're all right with it. And that would be something that would, be a part of the club's outreach for different history days and things like that. But they wouldn't be in the room.
Okay, well, thank you for responding to my concern, but I just want to be sure that you are sensitive to, it's not only the LGBTQ community that can feel bullied over these issues. It can be the other side of these issues that can also feel bullied.
Mr. Truss?
Go ahead.
Um,
Again, I like the idea, I like the concept, I agree that it's a great concept. I want to hear some more of the logistics that Dr. Rules talked about. I'm a little confused in terms of it's open to be used anytime, yet we're gonna have a lock on the door. So I need to know, and you guys recognize that logistics, there's some of those need to be vetted out. I need to hear that. And I also just need to have, if we can have a plain vanilla room that's a true neutral, safe space, That's what I would need to have, you need to make sure that's the situation for me, because I just am concerned about the slippery slope. And I don't think we have enough issues in terms of trying to address the achievement gap. I don't need other distractions from what I really want to do with it on this board. So I like the idea. I just wanted to see a little bit more cooking done to it if I could. And then I'm gonna need to have some kind of confirmation and comfort level that we're not gonna have to be worried about branding, which is going down the slippery slope. So I appreciate the fact that you guys recognize that. And I just want to hear a little bit more about the logistics and how you want to accomplish it, and really how things are going to be accomplished to make sure that it is a safe, neutral space for all of the children to do exactly what you want to do. So that's kind of where I stand.
Also,
Paul? I'm sorry, go ahead.
once we get it set up, you would be welcome to come visit. We would love, sorry, I'm extending that for everyone, but we would love for you to come see it. It's something we've worked hard on, so we're, come and visit, and we can look over it together, and I think that sounds.
Well, Mr. Paul and Ms. Lara.
Saying we can visit it after it's set up is kind of after the fact of what we're concerned with, number one. Number two, were we along on the list, I'm assuming, because you presented the list is really what the plan is. I'm making that assessment. There were several, there was one that caught my attention. It would seem more of an elementary school, a contribution of having fuzzy tiles on the floor. Is that, number one, I'm wondering how that's going to be applicable to high school kids. The other is you have a punching bag. I've boxed for decades, and having punching bags around is not something that is, it's good, works for me when I'm in the gym and the ring, but when it comes down into some place where someone's trying to get away from aggression, I don't know, having a punching bag there, someone beating on it, is going to help certain people alleviate their feelings of having been aggressed. So the list that you're presenting, I have some concerns with it. I'd like to have it cooked down, distilled down, to have before you say, yeah, we got it set up, you can come visit. So, these are questions that need to be addressed before you set it up.
Ms. Lara?
And my question is, how will you set this up in your, your handbook, so students know and understand the concept, that if they have questions, things like that, so that nobody goes in and tries to break the rules, so to speak?
We definitely have models. I mean, there are other schools in LCS that are already using these rooms. So we have models to use already. And so this is not, we didn't create this idea. So we can definitely look and see how to see what's already there and adapt it for what will fit best ECG size and number of students and those kinds of things. So it just, the exact logistics would depend on who's available in guidance or in special education or, in those kinds of things for duty periods or those kinds of things. That's why we can't give you particulars on that particular idea yet. Of course, Dr. Rule would have exact say over what goes in the room in terms of a punching bag, those kinds of things. But the reason that I put that there was that there are kids who have a tendency towards self-destruction, and having an outlet that that is not themselves or EC glass property that is not built for that, as long as it's supervised and appropriately used, seems like a far better use of space and resources.
But how would you roll this out to the student body?
So primarily I think the way that it has been done in previous places is that it's in steps. So the children who are identified through the PBIS system as having the most needs would kind of be how you first kind of use this, and then as it, goes down the line, students begin to ask to use the room as we kind of, get a system going and figure out can it be included in e-hall pass? Who's responsible for looking at it when, during which period, and that kind of thing. Those are the kind of logistics that.
So it'll only be used, and again, just during the day, it won't be used for organizations after school? Okay.
Mr. Andrews?
Also, sorry. It would be something where we already have some students who have breaks built into their IEPs, so those would probably be students that we would roll it out to first, because they were already identified as students that need this. Also, I just wanted to clarify about inviting y'all. It was something where that is just so you could see if there were any branding for yourself. It wasn't meant to be presumptuous about setting up this room, but it's something where, we want you to be able to see what we've done once we are able to do it. But obviously, we know that we have to work that out with you first.
Mr. Andrews?
I know you got some things to work out, but I like the idea. I support it. My daughter had thoughts of hurting herself, so anytime we can have a room like this where people feel safe, we can go to, be able to converse with somebody and just share their thoughts without doing that, I think it's a good thing, so I'm all about it.
And, appreciate you coming. I think every board member had spoken on this. My understanding is there's no vote required. And just wanted to make one line and I go to Dr. Oh, you go ahead, you say. Dr. Edwards, you were gonna say. Because I like the idea that it's a suicide prevention, so that should be your main, it's not, you're not trying to make it exclude. I saw your letter, Dr. Rule, where you use ALL in capital, right? So I'm hoping that you'll be standing by your word, that room is for all students. It's not branded towards a particular group. Is that the correct assumption?
That's correct.
Because you had the ALL multiple times in your letter in the caps, so, go ahead, Mr. D.
But don't forget that they're adding the menstrual product dispensers and the GSA field trips and activities, so that will, I guess, have to integrate with the curriculum and activities and whatnot. Are you aware, are you aware of the controversy with the dispensaries in other school systems? The thefts and different things like that?
Can you expand a little bit?
Yeah, they're pulled off of different places that they were put up into, in stalls and places, and, trashed. And of course, that causes a controversy, investigation, all those types of things, because the dispensaries are things added to the school system, not necessarily, like you said, not the property, a punching bag is not the property of LCS, neither would these things that you're adding more than likely. And then,
We're donating them to ECG, that would be the idea, right?
you would donate the punching bag too?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anything received by a grant would then be
Okay.
product.
So is there a study that actually confirms that that's a good practice for alleviating stress and anxiety and aggression among students, for instance? Yes.
we can look up citations, but I will say allowing students to have a healthy outlet that is not themselves or other students is something that has been proven, but I don't have citations on me, but I'm happy to look them up if you'd like to,
That's
if you'd
pretty
like me
important,
to
I
send that to you.
And those
Dr.
products.
Dr. Edwards, what is the next step in this process?
So just wanted to thank you all for being here and give them the opportunity to provide information and answer questions. I do want to confirm that, yes, we do have other rooms in other schools in this division and other divisions and places where I've worked. They've called chill rooms, calm down rooms, safe spaces. Some are named after the mascots for the schools to do exactly what you all have presented here. As far as age appropriateness, because they are sensory based and because they are for all students, and for some of our students, the fuzzy things may work, and places where I've even seen where they've had padded walls because we have students who need a safe place just to scream. And if you're a teacher and you've had that, you know what that's like when you're trying to teach and you have a student who cannot necessarily regulate that, having a place to go. The aggression, you all have sat on discipline committees, you know that aggression is real. And young people are very different than older people. We tend to be able to moderate that a little bit better, but when you're young and you're developing and you're trying to understand yourself, it is a good idea to have a place to say, this is an appropriate place for punching, not the wall, not yourself, not a classmate, not a teacher. And if that helps to, in the teaching process, to reduce that behavior, that is also a good thing. We had it on the agenda for discussion and questions tonight, and then I am recognizing that board members, like our children, have different levels of processing. Some of you are be like, I'm ready to vote right now. And some of you still have like, I need to think about this, just let me ponder it. And for that reason, it is not up for approval tonight. It will be back on the November 14th agenda, and then we can work together and get some more detailed information regarding some of the questions you have. I will say different schools do different things, especially at the beginning of instituting this. Sometimes it's an adult that will say, hey, let's go down to this room and talk and introduce a student to a room. Some have the walkie-talkie thing going on. Hey, code one, I need someone to come and escort little Crystal to the room, different things. Some are staffed each period by a different staff member who really wants to be in there and work with children, and I'm sure you all will explore what works for EC Glass, and it might be a combination of those things as well. And we can get that information back to the school board before we meet again in November.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now move on to item B2, Equity Task Force Advisory Committee President.
Yes,
Dr. Edwards.
our Equity Task Force, and we do have some representatives here. I do believe Mr. Gonzalez is here. And I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves to you, but this is last year's Equity Task Force was doing a lot of work with regard to the model policy, and then we had a new group that joined, and we had a first meeting in early October. Wonderful turnout, about 15 very active individuals. So they are here tonight to just kind of give you their thoughts and ideas as they reviewed the model policy, our policy. And again, this is nothing for voting, but for information and to hear from our new appointed Equity Task Force, which, by the way, if this is your first time watching, the Equity Task Force is an advisory committee for the school board, so they are here in their role as advisement. And I will turn it over to you all to introduce yourselves and present.
Thank you so much, and hello, board. My name's Nicole Spangenberg, and I'm a member of the Equity Task Force that'll be presenting today to you. If you want to say hi, you're welcome to say hi.
Hi, I'm Vicente Gonzalez.
And we're excited to go over some of our recommendations for consideration of the big policy, the VDOE's model policies on ensuring privacy, dignity, and respect for all students and parents in Virginia's public schools. This is the policy that previously was called the Model Policy for Treatment of Transgender Students. It just was, when it was released most recently, that's the name that it came out with under Youngkin. So our purpose here today is to share some guidance and recommendations based on the policy dive we completed, where we went line by line through the original model policy and LCS policies that seem to correspond with those state policies. Today we're going to be identifying and going over 3 areas of consideration to speak to so that we can maintain the division's current protocols as it relates to the transgender population. Those areas are sports, bathrooms, and pronouns. We understand that these are not things that will change overnight, so we encourage the division to be intentional about addressing issues that arise case-by-case basis, with accountability in place to shift the culture of the division over time. For many policies, the Equity Task Force feels that the LCS policy is fine as it is, and we do not want to adopt the state's view on some of these issues out of respect for our division, for our students. Yes. So this will be a lot of words, and we'll also make sure that you all have this PowerPoint after. So the first policy we're looking at is in the model policy from the state, section 3H. For any athletic program activity separated by sex, the appropriate participation of students shall be determined by sex rather than gender or gender identity. we shall provide reasonable modifications to this policy only to the extent required by law. So in our district and in Virginia, we use the VHSL policy to govern our sports in our schools. So currently, the VHSL has a transgender policy that's been in place since, I believe, 2012, which the next slide will show. But so far, they have it gender-specific, and they have a very extensive process for a student who identifies as a gender not aligned with their given sex at birth. There's a 8-step process of many different protocol that student has to go through. Again, I'll make sure you all have this since it's a longer read. We can go to the next slide. The VHSL, in response to these model policies, announced that they are not changing their policy. Currently, they allow for consideration of participation by trans athletes who have undergone sex reassignment surgery before puberty or who meet other requirements like hormone therapy. VHSL's executive director, Dr. Hahn, said that by staying with the policy they have now is the best way that they can serve all of their student athletes, all 317 schools. And this has been the policy since 2014, not 2012 like I thought. Again, VHSL is our governing athletic body. They already have an extensive process that must be followed to include students who want to participate in gender-specific sports teams. So our recommendation is to continue with our policy of upholding the VHSL. They have very extensive procedures as it is, and this would keep us keeping in accordance with federal law and promoting diversity. Next up is bathrooms, and we're going to look at the policies here and how they line up. From the model state policies, G3 says that students shall use bathrooms that correspond to his or her sex, except to the extent that federal law otherwise requires. There's a court case, Grimm versus Gloucester County School Board, that again, we will make sure you have access to. The policy also states single-use bathrooms and facilities should be made available in accessible areas with appropriate signage indicating accessibility for all students. For LCS policy, we have that single-user bathrooms are available in schools, i.e. nurses' offices. Can do next. These are a few comparable policies from the areas around, such as Fairfax, Maryland, and DC. Some of these outline policies such as designating any available single-stall restroom with a locking door as unisex or gender-neutral restroom. If a single-stall student restroom is not generally available, designate a private restroom, such as the ones in the health suites for any student who requests increased privacy for any reason. In DC, any student, transgender or otherwise, who has a need or desire for increased privacy, regardless of the reasons, has the right to use a single-user restroom, such as staff bathroom or bathroom in a nurse's office. However, it's key that the single-user bathroom is not given as the only option for transgender students, just an option. So we can go next. So for our recommendations here, aside from this being the transgender student policy, single-stall bathrooms are a solution that addresses a lot of needs. Students with disabilities, students with medical needs. It focuses on safety, accessibility, and equity for everybody. It supports federal inclusion laws. As we saw, the LCS policy is not clear or thorough in one way or the other when it comes to this. There's a difference between offering single-use and forcing single-use bathroom stalls on a student. That's what the Grimm court case references. There are instances when using the restrooms in the nurse's office is not always available, and we've had cases of that discussed, amongst us in this policy dive. Forest Middle School, our neighbors over in Bedford, they have added single-use bathroom stalls that are available to any student, not just to staff. No questions asked. If it's medical, if it's that you feel like you'd be bullied in the gender restrooms, any of that, making sure that there's an accessible, equitable option for all students. So that's what we recommend there. Next up is policies about pronouns, and these are a bit lengthy on screen, so again, you'll have these. D1 says that every effort should be made to ensure a transgender student wishing to change his or her means of address is treated with respect, compassion, and dignity in the classroom and school environment. D2, the personnel shall refer to each student using only the name that appears in the student's official record or using any nickname commonly associated with the name that appears. And then that D3, personnel shall refer to each student only using pronouns appropriate to the sex appearing in their official record. D6, and there's a few others in there. D6 says that notwithstanding some of the above policies, School division shall not compel personnel or other students to address or refer to students in any manner that would violate their constitutionally protected rights. The policies that we found in LCS that line up with this, there aren't specific policies in LCS currently that address pronouns at all, but what we find to be most relevant is our policies about character education, inappropriateness of bullying, harassment, hazing, intentional energy, and intimidation. We have training in place for creating a bully-free environment, and there are student record policies about amending records that a parent or eligible student believes are inaccurate. Infinite Campus records legal name and sex, and nicknames can be listed in Infinite Campus. A mouthful there, and there's more involved with that. So we did notice with these policies that D3 crosses cultural lines as well outside of thinking about our students that might go by a different name. It's vague on what determines which nicknames are commonly associated with the name. We wonder, and we have concerns about what that means for students who have unique ethnic names from their country of origin, which we do feel is in direct contradiction of the model state policy D1, which emphasizes above all respect, compassion, and dignity. We do have a concern as well, having looked at court cases in other parts of Virginia and the country. What would happen if teachers, faculty, and staff would not honor students' rights when it comes to calling them their preferred name, if they feel it violates their rights, if they're assuming they know the reason. So the division will be at a loss here if we're following all of the state's policies here. We do think that clarifying definitions of bullying, cyberbullying, hazing, intentional injury, and intimidation would be helpful. And we recommend that the character education principles extend to staff and faculty as well. This is from the U.S. Department of Education, Office for Civil Rights, relevant to these pronoun policies. Because we need to make sure we're in compliance with federal law, we need to make sure we keep our Title IX funding, and that we're complying with FERPA. So harassing a student based on a student's failure to conform to stereotypical notions of masculinity or femininity can constitute discrimination on the basis of sex under Title IX in certain circumstances. And schools have a responsibility to protect students against this harassment. Along the lines of bullying, which other parts of the policy does address, there needs to be an identified process and mediator that comes to the table. This could include a team that is multidisciplined, and it should be an option advertised to parents as viable and available. So with pronouns, what our recommendation is to focus on a culture of respect, right? That we focus on already outside of this new policy. If a child feels respected, they are more likely to attend school, perform well in academics, and participate in extracurriculars. Attendance rates is already a key metric that y'all are watching. We want to make sure all our children feel respected and included, not just tolerated. So making sure each student by name and by need is respected and cared for. This in practice looks like, asking, how would you like me to address you? And then accepting that answer that we get. We all know someone that likes to go by Timmy instead of Timothy, someone that would like you to call her Mrs. instead of Miss. And accountability and is an important part of that culture of respect piece. We all have the right to create a culture of respect and to honor everyone's First Amendment rights here. So we want to thank you for your interest in ensuring a safe learning environment for all students, free from all discrimination. Every school and every school leader has a responsibility to protect all students and ensure every child is respected and can learn in an accepting environment. Thank you. If you have anything to add, to question, and again, we'll make sure you have these slides and the policies.
Questions, Dr. Day?
As I read the new model policies, one of the things that it talks a lot about, particularly about pronoun use in particular, is the role of parents in determining or certifying to the schools how their child should be addressed. You didn't mention the parents' roles in those aspects of your presentation. Do you want to say anything about that?
So, as for the parent aspect and as for needing the parent's permission, something that the Youngkin model policies is rolling back in a way is that the student will have less autonomy in being able to speak for themselves and what the pronouns they'd like to use. For a lot of students, school is the only safe space that they have to be themselves, and they don't have that safe space at home. And we could get into some statistics about, more likelihood of depression, of isolation, of self-harm, of students being homeless if they are outed to their family, who is not an accepting, space for these. I do understand that that means that it's a bit nuanced and difficult to have teachers be responsible for student information, have staff, have faculty, but it is absolutely important that we respect these students above all. The model policies from Yunkin say that you need the parents' written sign-off, and if it is to be changing their name, that it needs to be court documents, and that if it is to be addressing the student as a different than their legal name, that it does need to be in writing to the school. For a lot of students that are, going by a different gender, name, pronoun than their assigned sex at birth, that is simply not realistic or safe, as much as we would like that to be the case. And we can certainly send you studies and data that shows that. We just simply don't have time to go into every line of the policy, so we had to really be critical about showing you just a few so that we can continue our discussion from here on out. But that is a good point, that the parents is a big part of what this policy was getting at, and we just had to highlight just a few.
Ms. Lowry?
Are we finished?
I'm done.
Yeah, because the thing is, my concern is that because the children are still in their parents' homes, we're not their parents. So if the parent doesn't know, then we're failing the parent. And we're truly not teaching the child, the student, how they should be functioning as a citizen, where you don't break rules, but you have to follow them. And also, my other question, the thing was, if these children are not safe in their homes, why isn't social services involved? That goes for any child that's being abused or anything like that. We are to teach children that we're an educational institution, and we can educate on some things, but social agendas really are not our purpose. So we have to be very careful, and we don't want to exclude parents, and we don't want to exclude teachers who feel like we're not following the right process in doing things. So if the parents are left out, that's a big problem, because those kids go home to their home, to their shelter, where they're clothed, where they're fed, and that's not us. We don't do those things. So I don't want to undermine parents. I think that's a big setback.
Yeah.
Well,
Help
I
me
feel
out.
like embarrassed to say, like I'm nervous, but I guess I would wonder, like the example said, some students already do tell teachers that they have different preferred names or nicknames, so why are those students allowed to do that without all these loopholes that involves parents, but transgender students are required to go through an extra process?
So that's happening in our school system?
It's been happening since I've been in school.
Right.
Do you have an example?
I could name a few people for pre-K.
Well, even if you just said person A and person B, could you just give us an example?
I mean, a lot of people you call Tim, you find out their name is actually Timothy. I mean, there's plenty of examples that happens all the time. Or people go by their middle name, or often as an ethnic person, your teacher just gives you a different name, so because your name was too hard to pronounce. So it happens all the time.
But that's quite different than transgender. That's quite different.
We're talking
It's not
about
the same.
names.
You want to be, if we're gonna tell students it's okay for this to happen, and there's a process, and we're gonna not go by that process, it's not like, okay, I have a formal name, but I have a nickname, but it's not based, I'm not changing it because I'm changing my sex. You understand what I'm saying? It's still me in that still gender name. Does that make sense?
I would say that's specific to how you may see it, but that's your interpretation of cultural ideas around gender. To some people, with that being said, you could have a female student or a woman who identifies as a girl, and you can say, oh, well, you can't call yourself Charlie because that doesn't adhere to our rules around gender. So I guess we're talking about slippery slopes. Where does that end?
Well, it's different being called Tim and Tammy. That's two different things. And be called,
And we
Some
can
people-
then be
also,
called, say, Charlene and Charles. There's Charlene and Charles. You
Can a
see,
boy
they're
not be
two
named
different-
Charlene?
They're two different genders.
That's
Well, that
cult-
circles
specific
back
to
around,
cult-
I would say, to the Title IX that we need to be following, because under that discrimination, if someone is not matching up with what is typically masculine or typically feminine, that can be in violation of Title IX. And we definitely want to make sure that we're keeping our eye out there and making sure that students aren't being, because that falls under discrimination based on sex.
Well, if this is happening in our school system, then I'd say we need to look into that, because that should not be happening. But two, like Dr. Day was saying, it's not good to undermine parents.
Right, so we do need to make sure that we're making sure that all parents here are being considered, parents that are accepting of their students, and as they're discovering themselves, discovering their gender identity, discovering different names that they want to be going by, and parents that do not respect that and do not, like you were speaking about parents earlier, about people earlier, that might not support certain people's identities. We're here for our students. We're here to help them focus on being educated, helping them focus on, you know, what they need to be doing in school, focusing on teaching them to respect each other. Unfortunately, we don't have as much of a reach of taking care of these kids outside of school when they leave. Yes, it is, if there's situations where we know that the child is at risk at home, we would hope that we have social workers and social services and things like that to make sure we're taking care of the kid. And these aren't easy things, these aren't straightforward things that we're dealing with here. A lot of what these model policies are suggesting is adding extra steps, adding extra paperwork, adding extra things for the teachers to learn and deal with outside of the communications they're already having with staff and with families and with students. So a lot of these model policies are suggesting adding a lot more work, a lot more bureaucracy to a process that is taking us away from what we need to be focusing on.
Well, what we have to be focusing on is educating all the students so that they are viable citizens in their workplace and they can take care of themselves and be a good citizen. So we don't want to start by lies and going behind people's backs.
Which is why we're encouraging students to be their authentic selves, to tell the truth of who they are.
Well, and respecting is something we should all teach everybody to do. No one should be disrespected no matter who you are. So, but if we have some things going on in our school system, then we'll need to look at that because they're not supposed to. Like you said, there's instances happening and there's things that are unfair, then maybe we need to look into that.
And a lot of what this policy and what we deep dove a lot about is about bullying, harassment of all students, and how those policies and that language is not always accessible to students and to family to understand, well, what is harassment? Well, what is bullying? Who do I go to? What do I do when this is happening? How do I report it? Who's in my corner? Who's in my court when I'm going through this process? And that's something that this policy does look at as well, and that we went and matched up with LCS to see where we can better make sure that all of our students are respecting each other. We have that, that we make sure everybody is up on training about how to spot it, how to not tolerate it, how to make sure everybody's respecting each other. Because that's a big problem we see at every school, every level, and just one reason is bullying and harassment based on the identity of someone's gender.
And you realize transgender kids are not the only people who have ever been bullied.
That's correct. That's why we've been looking at the
lots
policies
of
for
I've
everybody.
been bullied, lots of people have been bullied, so
Right,
it's
and we
just
want all our
not-
kids to be loved more and taken care of more, which is why we saw that not just for these students, but for all students, the process is not accessible to a lot of people. They don't know what step to take first and who to go to and what case they have to make.
And I'm not sure if you're aware, but LCS already does have PDs for professional developments for all of this. We've been doing it for years.
And I would also say that the data does show that transgender students do experience higher rates of bullying.
Then we need to deal with the bullies, though. That's what we need to deal with.
Let's just make sure that the school system isn't the bully.
Well,
Dr. Carter,
Oh, no, I was just doing that.
other questions? Steve?
How would you say that respect across the board applies to a different opinion than what a student may put forth as to their identity.
Could you clarify what you mean by that?
If, you know, in most aspects of society, you put forth an idea or a statement and you get feedback. If the parent at home in this illustration is negative or gives feedback that is not in favor, it's not necessarily disrespectful, which is the opposite of respect. You use the word respect a lot, but there's also simple feedback from many different aspects, many different points of view and perspectives about someone stating something. Like, and, you know, like you said, they are in a development stage of learning, you know, who they are or coming to terms with certain things. Well, not allowing for different perspectives of feedback to that and labeling it as simply bullying or disrespect by saying it's not respect. It kind of is, to me, looks like an overusage of the word respect. So,
So what I'll speak to there is that I think there's a difference between, I know there's a difference between someone's identity and someone's, say, opinion on something. When it's something that we're talking about here with a student's identity, that's something that, you know, it's not quite the same as someone coming out with, here's this idea I have about this thing, here's my opinion, let's have a discussion about it. If someone is saying, this is who I am as a person, this is my identity, that is a completely different, and that's what we're getting at here today. In addition, if, I had two bullets right here in my head, and then I went to one and now the other one's gone. But we're talking about identities here, and when we're talking about differences of opinion, I think that it's okay to have differences of opinion and differences in having discussions where we don't agree, but I think that line needs to stop when it comes to disrespecting who someone is as a person and what their identity is, whether that be based on race, on gender, anything like that. If it's someone who that's their identity, we can disagree until it comes to having a problem with someone's identity and who they are. And then that's where it comes into, where we can get into our federal laws that we need to be following.
Mr. Frost? Go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation. Understanding what the Grimes case, that school board associated with that went through with litigation, we have to think about potential litigation, us as school board members. And we, even though that's what I do for a living, I'm adverse to it because it's expensive, it's costly, and we don't have that kind of money. I wanted to educate the children for that. One of the issues I have with some of the modifications or deviating from what the Youngkin policies are is if we go with the Youngkin policies and there's litigation associated with those policies, we have the Attorney General and Youngkin's administration to defend those policies. If we deviate from those policies and there's litigation born of that deviation, we as a Lynchburg City School Board are out on an island trying to litigate and defend the policies that we chose. So I recognize what you're saying, and certainly I understand I don't understand personally, but I've seen the issues that community to transgender and whatnot go through. It's not fair, I understand that. But from a business standpoint, a litigation cost aversion, I just think it may be more, it's easier to defend a policy when I have a state administration saying this is what it's gonna be. And if there's a problem, guess what? State administration, we followed your policies, defend our stance.
Right.
That's one of my positions I have,
Of course.
which
And
gives me concern from deviating from this recommendations on the state level. Go ahead.
We understand, we've
You appreciate
definitely
that
been,
position.
we're aware of that, of course, that, especially when it comes to, exactly like you said.
It
And
makes
I
a
will say that you're not the only, every school district is now looking at it themselves individually. Some have rejected in full, some have modified, some have adopted in full. And so us as Lynchburg, there's other bigger school districts, better funded school districts, because they're bigger, they're in different districts, that we can turn to and see what their legal team has gone through, what they are prepared to do, if they are deviating from the entire model policy in full at the state level being adopted. So there are other school districts that we've been looking at to see, and I'm sure you all can keep looking at to see how it shakes out with them, if anything goes one way or the other, if litigation pops up. There's others that have been taking more of a risk or playing it more.
That can absorb it more of a risk than we can.
Exactly.
We are really resource constrained, and I mean, again, I've said it earlier, my goal is achievement gap educating our students. So whatever resources we have available, that is what I want to pour that into. So it puts us it puts me in a difficult position in terms of stepping out on taking any risk, not that it's a great risk, but taking any risk deviating from what the recommended policies are by the current administration. And I just hope you can appreciate that, and I appreciate that it sounds like you do. And I do appreciate where you're coming from.
And a lot
I'm
of
just,
where
I'm just
we're-
risk adverse.
I understand that, and a lot of what we tried to outline here is that a lot of your policies are good as is. Don't change anything, don't spend money to change anything. Don't add more hoops and more paperwork and more work for many, many, many different people, more training for how to do said paperwork and everything. A lot of it, keep it exactly as y'all have it. The policies are model policies. They are not exactly to be followed exactly as is. They are for school boards to take and develop something that is, I'm forgetting the legal word, but it is a model policy. It is not the set in stone, every word of this has to be. But some of these, yes, we are asking you to put these students first. And we've also seen that these policies contradict themselves in different spots. So yes, we are asking some risk-taking here, but you wouldn't be alone in that, and a lot of it would be saving you money.
Piggybacking on what Mr. Tross was saying, state superintendent sent a letter to our superintendent that if you don't follow the model policies, you get sued. Sued by the state, where the AG's office is funded by your and mine tax dollars. We are a small district where our goal is to provide quality education. And every lawsuit, every person who walks by files a lawsuit, in my mind, takes away $1 increase from the salary we could have given to our bus drivers. So every legal team lawsuit, and takes a lot of money to defend those lawsuit, frivolous or not. The point, going back to your point, is so what would you tell to the state superintendent to not come after our superintendent if we don't follow the model policies?
I would say that we've been making sure that we're following all federal policies that we can, and that we're trying to do this with the students in mind first, and that they are being respected, and that they are being given all of their legal rights. We would hope that if cases come up, they would be able to be handled. This is another reason why we think that these policies and these topics should be looked at on a case-by-case basis. A lot of these apply to not that many students, and doing it case by case and looking at a student's needs and how we can make sure that their needs are met will save a lot of trouble, time. Of course, we don't hope that court cases come up, but we do know that that is probably, we'll see in other departments, other districts, we'll see how things shake out. But I would say that for students to see that a district is supporting them and will stand up for them, they would be more likely to support that school and go to school and be accountable if they feel like they can be safe at school and like they're being looked out for above all. And that would be huge for our students to know and see.
Mr. Jalil and then Ms. Lowry.
You're on the Equity Task Force. Could you define equity?
Equity, yes. Making sure that everybody has, and it is different from, sorry, just dropped something. Equity and equality are different, if you want to help me with these.
Equality is that everyone has the same. Equity is that basically people who need to reach certain spaces are given the necessary resources to reach that space, even if, say, it may be something different than other people
Right.
who may have an advantage or privilege.
So
is
if we
how I
had,
understand it.
if we had a big tall fence and we
Yeah.
needed to address getting everyone to look over that fence either equitably or equally, everyone gets a 3-foot ladder.
Mhm.
Some people still can't see over that fence if everyone gets a 3-foot ladder.
Mhm.
Equality,
Equity.
they are like letters apart. Equity, someone that's this far on the ground, they get a much taller ladder. Someone that's already here, they just need a 3-centimeter ladder to get over. But you make sure everybody, if the goal is that everyone has access to seeing over that fence, equity makes sure everyone has varying accommodations to help them see over that fence. Even if that is not the same, it is helping everyone meet the same goal. And to achieve that, you need to be thinking of the disabled, the minority, the people with a farther path to jump to get to see over that fence. So that does mean more work for making sure that certain populations are taken care of than it does for others who might already be able to see over that fence. Sometimes that metaphor helps when the words are so similar.
Yeah.
And lastly, where would you rank that among all of our LCS educational policies?
Where would I rank that
In importance?
in importance?
It's like close to number one, because if you don't have equity, then you have an inequitable school system, which Lynchburg City Schools historically has been an inequitable school system, so I'd say it's close to number one, if not number one.
Sorry?
And I have to address the other side, especially after the Loudoun County situation. What about the students that don't feel comfortable, someone of an opposite sex coming in the bathroom that they are the sex of? And that has happened.
So there
As
are
they get
policies where
afraid
they could
too.
have, that's again, single-use bathrooms would be a great option, where you can have yourself or a parent sign off that you're not comfortable there. So you can be one of the ones using the single-stall bathroom, no questions asked, nobody needing to know why, because that's your personal business. No one needs to know why you're using which bathroom, but there's options for that.
Well, we want all the kids to be safe though, too.
Exactly.
And not to feel uncomfortable. So, but have you ever thought of, you're saying keeping transgender students safe, have you ever thought that they are the ones that use the single bathrooms only? And that way you don't have anybody else in there with you?
So that again goes back to the court case of Grimm versus Gloucester, where that is, you cannot force them to use the single-stall bathroom. You cannot force them to do that. You
No.
can give that as an option, but you cannot force them to use that. But we have considered that, and we've read through that court case.
Other questions? This is not an action item, but thank you very much for
Thank you.
coming in
Thank you.
and presenting.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda is a brief outline of our comprehensive plan and technology plan. Dr. Wood.
Good afternoon or evening, and thank you, Dr. Edwards. I just want to spend a couple of minutes outlining the comprehensive plan biennial report. As you see on your board docs item, the school board in their policies in the Code of Virginia are required to adopt a strategic plan, and by November 1st of each year, we're required to provide a report in the odd number of years of that plan and sort of where we are with that plan and any adjustments that we may be making in the future. So we're going to just provide a very brief overview of that, the LCS Comprehensive Strategic Plan. So this is different than the Facilities Master Plan that we've been talking about, and if you go to the next slide. But this is the strategic plan that the school division has been working on for a couple of years. For the next slide, the school board in its policies and the state code requires that we have a number of components in our strategic plan. Again, objectives and strategies for the school division, certainly related to student achievement and other items. Assessment of the extent to which those items are being met. Forecast enrollment changes, a plan for projecting and managing changes in enrollment, and et cetera. An evaluation of potential regional programs and what future regional programs may be necessary. A technology plan, community participation into plan developments, and a plan for parent and family involvement in successful schools. So those are parts of our strategic plan that were adopted in 2019. The 5-year comprehensive strategic plan was adopted for 2019 to 2024. There are 4 primary goals: student growth, development, and success. Goal 2 is personnel growth, development, and success. Goal 3 is fiscal responsibility, and Goal 4 is family and community engagement. In all, there are 22 focus areas, 52 objectives, and 313 strategies that the school division has been working on over the last 5 years. So for that reason, I'm not going to read them all to you, but they are available to you on that website as well. The school board will develop its next comprehensive plan beginning probably in the spring, and that will coincide with that development. Many of the strategies in the 2019 to 2024 plan have been completed or are making very good progress. There are a small number of strategies that are outlined in the plan that have been determined to be sort of non-priorities at this point, now 5 years later, or just are not feasible. And so we'll get to that when we start to talk about the next strategic plan. We'll identify those. But we are making very good progress on each of those, and oftentimes you will receive, you received quite a few times updates on various strategic plan components. We've been talking a lot about facilities master plan as a component of that, but through the last couple of years, you've been receiving a number of those. A specific component that is addressed in the code is related to enrollment changes in forecasting, and really specifically focusing in on the requirements to consider the portfolio of schools that you have that may consider consolidation or closing, or changes in your school division portfolio. So I just want to provide a couple of different data points that you have received this information previously, most particularly at your joint session with the City Council on August 8th, but I just wanted to mention a couple of things on here. We're showing the population change from the projected change from 2022 to 2030, so slight increase for Lynchburg. And then we have from 2011 to 2021, sort of the previous 10 years, the changes by age group, which is particularly interesting to the school division because we're looking at that sort of 5 to 19-year-old. Certainly we have some kids that are younger that are in pre-K. There are certain circumstances where we have a child that's a little bit older, but we just wanted to look at where the population of the city has gone in the last decade. Not necessarily where it's going, but this is sort of the history of where we've been. And there's a particular point here that I want to identify, and that is that 15 to 19-year-olds folks. And so you might say, well, a lot of those are students, right? So there's high school students. But remember that college students are counted in their college town. And I'll say maybe more precisely, I'll say college students are counted where they spend most of their time, or where they reside most of the time as of April 1st of each year. And so that's a census definition. And so for that reason, as we've seen growth, particularly one particular university in Lynchburg, we've seen, and you'll see that growth, that 20 to 24 age group. And then that 15 to 19-year-olds. So remember, colleges have 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, oftentimes 17-year-olds. So we think there's probably a fairly large chunk of that population that's grown that's really related to the growth of the undergraduate population in Lynchburg. And so that's just so that coincides with, in particular, the growth of Liberty during the next couple of years. So I just want to point that out as an important data point. Over time, we've also seen a sort of net out migration for the 2010 to 2020 period. You'll see, and this is very small, and this presentation is on board docs. But on the left side, you see the blue. That's sort of the net, or the migration into the city from various different localities. And on the right side is the migration out. So you see there's just been a general net migration out of the city. And there's a variety of reasons for that, which we won't get into tonight. On the next slide, this is just generally the historic and projected enrollment for the school division. You'll see this is 2013 to 2032. So you see about an 1,100 student decline over that time. If you go to the next slide, more specifically, we'll address elementary, middle, and high school. And during that 20-year period, we see a reduction of about 812 students in the elementary schools, 267 in the middle schools, and roughly 15 are pretty flat at the high schools. And so over that 20-year period, you see, particularly in the elementary schools, that particular decline. And so as a component of the code and our school board policies, you were required to develop a plan on how to address those changes. And again, if you, of course, go to the next slide, that's what we're doing with that, for better or for worse. We won't talk about that right now. We'll have the next presentation for that, but that is sort of the component of what we're working on as well. There are a few other planning requirements that I'll just mention as well on community and family involvement and engagement. For the original development of the comprehensive strategic plan in 2018 and 2019, there was a robust community involvement process with that. There was, I don't know how many meetings, I know there were a lot to develop that plan along with the school board. As we develop the next strategic plan, we will again have yet another robust engagement process that will take place. And of course, with our enrollment management plan, which is a part of the facilities master plan, there has been extensive opportunities for community engagement as well. The next slide, we are also tasked with taking a look at regional partnerships and programs. I've listed a number of the regional partnerships that we have at this point. For instance, the Central Virginia's Governor's School, the Laurel Regional School, the CVCC CTE Academy and Lab School, the University of Lynchburg Lab School, the Accelerate STEM Academy, the Fort Hill Community School. Some folks may not know that there actually are it's a regional component to that school as well as Turning Point Academy, which is our school at the Lynchburg Regional Juvenile Detention Center. And so we serve as the academic component of that facility, but we certainly serve Lynchburg and the surrounding area. To my knowledge, we don't have any current plans that we've identified to add additional regional partnerships. Excuse me, but that's certainly that as an option would always be on the table if the need was there. And finally, the school division does have a technology plan that's adopted. That link is available to you. That has also been posted on the board docs plan, so you can review that. And certainly would take any questions you might have. I know that's quick, but that is a required report that we must provide to you by November 1st. Thank you.
Ms. Lowry?
For the objectives, are there certain objectives that are highlighted? You know, because there are a lot of objectives, but what, do you have certain ones that are highlighted that the administration is focusing on?
So I think each year there's been a number of presentations that the board has received. I don't have anything specific at the moment right now, but that we're going to talk about. But that has been something that the board or the administration has, I think, has been presenting along over the last 5 years.
Okay. And another thing was you're right about like Liberty as it grows, because it's been growing every year. And what we're finding out now is that as alumnus is that they're staying. Not as many people, because I even noticed this past summer, usually summer the streets are emptier, and they were not. So, and then of course these 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds are staying, eventually they're gonna have families. So that's another growth right there.
Other questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
Would you like to take a few-minute break or continue? Continue? We move on to item E4, Facilities Master Plan. Follow-up, Dr. Edwards.
So this is a follow-up to the conversation that we had on October 10th, where the administrative team presented several questions to the school board to kind of think through related to scenario 3. At that point during October 10th, we wanted to just present the information, give you what our questions were, ask for any additional information you may need to help you make decisions. Since that time, I know that we have shared several documents, many of which are included here on board docs for people who are watching, to provide additional information to kind of help you make those decisions. Lost my board chair for a second. So tonight what we want to do is continue the conversation and do somewhat of a funneling as we work our way to getting to some final product and some work. So those 4 questions, just to recap, for the public. One was related to CTE courses, which were one of the driving forces when we did our community meetings. And it was one of the things that in the community surveys, focus groups, came up as being a high priority of having more CTE experiences. And what we were trying to sort of funnel down to, does that mean experiences through curriculum, experiential learning and partnerships with businesses and local colleges and universities, or did that mean more construction of CTE facilities, and those things? So that was the first one, that we wanted the school board to kind of give us a little more direction. The second was regarding pre-K, and again, pre-K was a high priority from the survey, from the focus groups, from the community meetings. One of the things in scenario 3 was to either close or convert T.C. Miller to a pre-K site. So the question being whether or not there is the board's wish to convert it to a pre-K site. There were several implementation scenarios that we presented the school board with as to how to do the close-to-home zoning and when that would actually take place, whether or not that would be if we were to move forward with scenario 3 all at once, or would that be in stages, or would we wait until the additional classroom space is available? And then the fourth question is just regarding the future capital improvement plan, which also has some additional expansions in it, and if that is what the board wanted to consider and add that to the capital improvement plan, because I do believe the capital improvement plan is due to the city this week as well. So that's just framing the questions that we had in the discussion, and we want to turn it back over to the board to really dive into those questions, and we can start with the first one.
Do you want to go with question number 1?
Sure. So question number 1 is, does the board want the administration to explore the construction of a new purpose-built CTE specific spaces, which was on slide 9 of the presentation that Dr. Wodeka gave last time?
Ms. Lowry?
And in talking, because I'm on that committee, it would be ideal to have the high schools, to have new buildings at each high school. So we don't want to move the CTE to a one building all of them go to. Keep it at their buildings, but build a new building so that, one, the community can have that access. We don't even have to worry about the school anymore. And where it's pulled out of the schools, then that space can be used by the schools for other purposes.
I have some comments. In general, and I think this comment pertains to most, if not all, of these 4 questions, in light of our struggles to find the funds to pay teachers competitively, the high costs of safety and maintenance improvements over the next several years, which, based on the information that we have, looks like something between $10 and $20 million per school over the next decade. I was looking at the estimates that we have that were including the, just the totals on that big spreadsheet that we had from Dr. Wodeka. So maybe I'm wrong about that. I was looking at the bottom lines for each of the schools on those.
Sure. So it depends on the school and depends on what you do. So if you just go with safety and maintenance kind of projects, that number is probably a little high for the elementary schools. That's pretty right for the high schools because they're big. Middle schools are maybe a little bit closer to that, but the elementary schools, I think, they mostly are 2 to 6 at the max.
Okay. So my point is that we do have a fair bit of capital expenditures looking at us over the next decade in terms of those kinds of things. And then we're going to be making a number of adjustments to various things as we execute the school closings that we've been talking about. So to the point of this first question about CTE, I think we should concentrate for the moment in the near term on curriculum-based development, partnerships with CVCC and our business partners, and maybe modest modifications of existing space that we have. A new building dedicated to CTE looks like it's going to cost $20 million or up, something like that. So my thinking is, before considering new construction for CTE, we should first be clear on which programs have high enough demand to justify the expense of building new dedicated space for them, and exactly what their physical needs would be. So for now, basically what I'm saying is I think we ought to focus on the things we can do with minimal new capital investment.
Mr. DePaul?
I would,
I think he wanted to
Yeah.
respond.
Did you want to reply?
Certainly understand that. One thing I would just, and this is certainly the board's decision, but just consider as the facilities master plan ought to be a long-term vision. So this is the opportunity for the board to say, maybe it's not in the next 5 years, but maybe it's something that's in the next.
5 years after that.
In the 15 years that you might want to do.
Yeah, right.
So it doesn't necessarily have to be that one or the other. It could be saying, yes, let's focus on the things we have right now and the development of those partnerships. But it could also be, let's develop a vision for what might be in the future. It could be.
I was going to reference a comment I asked Dr. Wartica a while ago, that if we could break out security versus maintenance when it comes to security and maintenance numbers. As Dr. Day said, let's concentrate on what we need to do. We don't have this money at this point. And as an ancillary conversation, after we take care of these, or even in the process, maybe have new construction be considered in a tertiary manner as opposed to a primary or secondary.
Ms. Lowry?
And also, because what I brought up the last meeting about, yes, let's just, the spaces that we have, we can make those modifications, that would be perfect. And I agree, maybe in the future, then start adding that space needed, because those areas will deteriorate, and as they grow, you'll need more space and big equipment from either welding stuff or mechanics for cars, you need bigger spaces. So as the spaces wear down, you're gonna need to replenish them eventually, so.
So based on 3 members have spoken, you're heading towards curriculum-based CTE right now instead of having a physical infrastructure expansion at this point.
At this point.
in time.
Yes.
But expanding what we have, like glass, they need another door that the community can come out from instead of coming through the school. See what I'm saying? So there's some things that we need to adjust, but it's a little both, but minor on the construction.
CTE, we know the data shows improves graduation rates. I mentioned it before, Henrico has 98% graduation, and Lynchburg City Schools have 100% graduation for students who participate in CTE programs.
That's great.
So that's a great opportunity for us to involve our young men and women into something they love, which can get them a fruitful job and improves our graduation rate. How we do it, that's the question superintendent is asking us in future. So other comments, questions, would you like, go ahead, Dr. Carter.
And I don't know whether this is readily available, but what percentage of students participate in CTE? And is there a greater opportunity for that?
Yeah,
I don't know the exact percentage, but absolutely, there's always an opportunity for us to increase the numbers for participation in CTE courses and other, opportunities. I do know that our participation in the CVCC CTE Academy has more than doubled this year, and with hopes to be able to increase that next year. So and those opportunities that are at CVCC are courses that we don't currently offer. So we're not competing with each other. So I can't tell you what a percentage, but I can certainly find that out and we can report that back to you.
we have a report on how many students, how many certifications they receive and all that. We'll get that to you.
And what grade can you enter? Is it 10th grade or can you enter in the 9th grade?
I believe it is 10th grade.
Mostly 10th.
And there's some
priorities and scheduling.
And there are some opportunities to explore in middle school, but I believe to enroll in CTE courses is 10th grade, and I'll also make sure that I'm giving you the right information on that as well.
And is it possible for a student who's taking like AP courses to also participate in
Absolutely.
CTE?
Absolutely.
Just the scheduling issue, probably.
Yeah.
Ms. Lowry?
And it's just for Dr. Edwards, do you have are you able to staff it as it grows? Is that a need?
well, staffing anything is a
Yeah.
struggle.
But that's so particular to.
It is because of the certification, and you have to be specifically certified to do certain things. So that is one concern that we have had, which is one of the reasons why we entered into a partnership with CVCC with their CTE Academy, because they can offer things that we may not be able to staff, and they can also keep up with equipment and high price tag items that need to stay current there. So in answering your question, just getting teachers in general has been a struggle. Getting teachers whose licensure is very specific in a CTE area is also very difficult. But the ones that we have are tremendous, high-quality staff. And I should say, just because I got the mic, the salary that our CTE staff members could be making if they were in that profession in the private sector is much higher than what they would make, what they are making as a teacher. And that is part of the challenge that we have with trying to get folks to join the teaching profession when they could be making a much better salary.
Now, as far as our partnerships with the universities, is there any way the CT with the universities around us, University of Lynchburg, Liberty University, Randolph College, to expand in that way as far as partnerships or finding people to help expand the program?
We have partnerships with University of Lynchburg and other areas. I'm not so sure if they have as much of a CTE partnership. We do have kids that participate there. Again, dual enrollment, early college. We have kids who graduate with associate's degree before they graduate with a high school degree.
Can I follow up on that? Participation in CTE courses is dependent on the course because there are some prerequisites for certain courses. So there are a few courses at the high school where freshmen can take those, such as drafting 1, but others are limited to 10 through 12. Others are just strictly 12th grade. Others are 11th and 12th, just based on the prerequisites because of the sequential nature of those courses.
And we do have a CTE Facebook page, so if you ever want to see what our kids are actually doing, put a plug out there for that. It's a wonderful Facebook page.
Ms. Preston?
Do we or have we done any exploration with some of the local businesses to determine whether or not some kind of CTE would be feasible, in collaboration with some of them?
So when you say some kind of CTE, what are you?
So that students are working for, learning from, and getting credit for the time that they spend in those businesses.
That is, Robbie Dooley, who is our CTE supervisor, is working on that and building that. And part of what we want to do, not just CTE, but we recognize that here in Lynchburg, our educational institution, Lynchburg City Schools, is one of the biggest employers, and we too can have interns right here. I mean, we have auto mechanics, we have a diesel, we have those things. We have a nutrition department, so we have a school nutrition. We could do some of those things here. So he is exploring doing that, but also some of the stuff that we've been talking with partners in education and just trying to match those internships and those opportunities for our local businesses to join us in the lab school grant that we assisted with, both University of Lynchburg and CVCC. There are some points in there to kind of get these local businesses to work with us. And then also on just a separate note too, Casey Jefferson, who is one of our principals, is on principal on special assignment, really trying to connect some of our students to these work-based experiences so that they have a sustainable work life after high school. But our goal is really to grow that and fortify it more.
Dr. Edwards, if the board goes one way or the other, would you be asking us for additional money in staffing positions, with either curriculum-based, or space-based? Will either of these options require additional funding next year?
I think I'm going to ask for additional funding just because my staff deserves a raise next year. So I'm going to say yes for that piece of it. And if the situation presents itself that we get a new program that might necessitate a new staff member to manage that program, I'm going to say yes to that, especially if there's high student demand. And there's a need in the city too, for that programming. What we're focusing on right now is leveraging our existing partnerships and trying to get, as Ms. Pugh said, more kids connected with the CTE Academy. So I think we've grown from 11 students to 25 students participating in that, and then next year to see what the Lab School Excel, if there's, what the potential for students participating in that. So there's funding that comes along with that because we do pay for our students to participate in those programs.
Dr. Cardwell one time mentioned that he got some sort of a grant to do CTE. I don't know if it's virtual or on.
We are always looking for
Yeah.
grants to do almost everything we do. So, but you all know, grants are not sustainable, so
yeah.
you get into a difficult situation when we use grants to pay for staff. And we know we've done that when we've had to, and people say that on the front end, like, get a grant to do it, and then when the grant starts to expire, people look and say, why did you do that with the grant, you know? But it is a way to kind of dip your toe in if you can.
Dr. Carter?
So now with the sites that where we're using CTE, are those sites still adequate to accommodate the students to participate, or?
In our schools?
Mhm.
I mean, we're making upgrades as we can, and Mr. Dooley and the CTE Advisory Board will be here to share some of the information that they're doing. If you ask them if they want more, better, bigger, and the answer to that says any teacher is yes, they would like that.
Other members who have, Mr. Strauss?
But Dr. Edwards, we're also, if we focus on the curriculum, we're also able to leverage our partnerships with CVCC. So maybe we don't necessarily need the facilities quite yet because of the leveraging that partnership. But to Dr. Wodeca's point, I think we need to be thinking 20 years, 15, 20 years down the road, if we do need the facilities. How would we address that as a board then? I mean, your direction, you're asking for direction for next 3 years or the next 15, 20 years? Next 3 years, we don't have the resources, we need the curriculum. 20 years, let's make sure we have that on in our vision. So, I mean, you know, we can go to, you know, City Councilman Chris Farall, he said, hey, you know, he wants to get some money. Well, give us some money. We want to build some new schools.
You know, Halifax did a 1% sale tax through the state legislature this year. I don't know if you guys know. And it provides, I don't know how much, Dr. Wodeca, do we have an estimate, Dr. Edwards? How much, if we do 1%, how much money will it bring each year to the school system for maintenance?
So
buildings?
I don't want this to be the number that everybody says, but I think the number is about 15 million a year if you did 1% sales tax.
That's only for like a CIP type project.
Just construction.
Construction projects, so. There are avenues which Halifax has just done it this year to explore. And we talked about that in our board, city council, joint leadership meeting too, to see if we can sell that idea to state legislators. It needs to be approved by the General Assembly, first by the city council and then by the General Assembly.
And let me correct, I don't want to put words in Chris's mouth. He didn't say he was going to get us some money, but he was opposed to closing Sandusky. And the way to not close Sandusky, one of the options is to help us with building a new elementary school. So shout out to Councilman Feraldi, and put your money where your mouth is.
Yeah,
So to address your original question, we are very fortunate to have Dr. Wodeca, who thinks in the now and the future. So one of the things that he's done, and you'll see it in your answers, it's on board docs, I think it's question 6, being mindful of existing sites that could turn into future sites. So as we're looking at our buildings right now, it's always great to have somebody on your team who says, you know, in 10 years, this space could be. So let's make sure that we jot that down somewhere so that he'll probably still be here in 10 years to make that happen, so that we do that. So you'll see he's kind of outlined where you could make some upgrades at both high schools for future thinking, which is a good thing for long-range planning.
Go ahead.
I just want to ask, to clarify the question, I've understood this question to be in the short term. We're not talking, are we meant to be answering this question over 2 decades? Or are we over the next, say, 3 to 5 years?
Sure. So I think when we first started asking this question, it was because a couple of board members said, hey, we want to talk about CTE spaces. You know, we want to know, is that something you want us to address, you know, in the next couple of years? Sounds like, you know, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but maybe that's not the case. But I think it would be prudent to put it in the plan to say, if you want to do something in the future, here's where it would be and what it would look like down the road. So, but as this question relates, I don't, you know, I think the question was in the next immediate term.
couple of years.
Because if I have the money to build a CTE building, I'd rather build a Sandusky Elementary School with that money
Right.
instead of building a CTE building. That's just my personal opinion.
Oh, that makes perfect sense.
Cash is not there, and that's the problem.
But we can still do the minor construction.
Dr. Carter?
And Dr. Gupta, I was about to say the same thing. Here we have the Sandusky student, faculty here, and we're talking about building a CTE. And because of how we are appointed, I don't like to do anything past the 9 years, because that's some of the reasons why we had Sandusky on the CIP budget planned for years, and now they've been pushed down, and here we have, gonna put something else on for an extended period of time, and it's just, I just wanna do what I can do in the 9 years.
And I'm gonna say that for record. When Mr. Jeff was the principal, you know it, I fought for a gymnasium at TC Miller. And Dr. Carter, you were on board for 3-4 years, nonstop, to build a gymnasium where your back end of the building is. But it never showed up on the CIP plan. Then the movement moved to having a gymnasium at Heritage Elementary School. And Miss Anderson calls me the gymnasium board member. But that has not seen a light of the day yet. It was on CIP, was cut by the city to have a gymnasium at Heritage Elementary School. So we have had projects on CIP sent by this board, but then they were cut out later on. So those are the facts. You can see them on the minutes. They're all public document. Dr. Edwards and I had talked, she wanted action on first 2 questions, but not on the other 2 questions. Is that the correct?
Well, I want to start with the first 2 questions and definitely get some direction on that, but I'm recognizing that you may need some more time and thought and discussion on the latter 2, and not rushing you all to make a decision, but rather give me a thoughtful decision, and we still have some time. The first 2 allow us to at least get started, particularly the issue of pre-K, because that's going to affect zoning and what we do with possible rezoning plans.
Mr. Chairman, so I would suggest there's a couple board members who haven't spoken on this topic yet. I would like them to be invited to give their opinions, and then after that, we should decide if we're ready to take a vote on this first question.
Anybody who has not spoken would like to speak? Say it now or hold your peace.
Have I spoken? Have I spoken? Okay. Anyways, I can't remember. Anyways, well, in light of we need to save money, and in light of parents have said we can't attend our children's schools because they're too far away, and in light of a lot of the kids are being bused and we're trying to save that money, my vote, honestly, is my process is thinking, don't use it to convert it. Close it down. Let the children go to their home-based schools where they can walk with siblings or aunts and uncles, and family can come and join them, and they're part of their community instead of coming all the way across town somewhere.
You're on the pre-K.
Yeah, but
We're still on the CTE issue.
Oh, I saw pre-K
Yeah,
up there.
Austin, maybe we can go back to
Oh, okay, I thought we were on pre-K.
Go back to
All right.
CTE.
My bad.
CT. Wanna make a motion?
Yeah, we're still on question 2.
Yeah, we're on this question.
Oh, okay.
Looks like there's no other comments. Would anybody like to make a motion?
I will make a motion that we have a yes or no vote on whether we want the administration to explore construction of new purpose-built CTE specific spaces. I'm moving that we have a vote.
Second.
Yes means go ahead with the construction base?
No, yes means we're gonna vote on it.
Okay.
But are we voting on not building new buildings, just doing minor construction so that it's better? What are we voting on?
My proposal is that we vote either yes, we want the administration to explore construction of new purpose-built CTE spaces,
Okay,
or no, we
spaces.
don't want the board to,
Not buildings,
the
spaces.
administration to pursue
Okay.
those.
All right.
What happens to the curriculum base then? Then it'll be a second?
Second.
Okay.
Yeah, we're voting on this specific question, that's
Yeah,
my
and
suggestion.
you're doing that within like the next 2 to 3.
Right,
the immediate-
right, so that's why I clarified.
Would you clarify the motion to the clerk?
But it's an or there, so I mean, you're saying it says construction or curriculum. So your process.
No, it only says construction.
No, he's looking at the.
I'm looking at the question
Okay, you wanna do that question, okay.
Blue question. That's a yes or no question. Are we, and I'm proposing we have a yes or no vote on that question.
Would you put a timeline to the clerk, or do you leave it
2 to 3 years.
2 to 3, next 2 to 3 years? Madam Clerk, do you have that wording?
The buildings, just expand, like.
Do we have a second on that motion?
Yes, you did.
Mr. DePaul, any discussion on that motion? Dr. Carter?
What's the meaning of new purpose-built CTE specific spaces? Is that a building?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
Something that's,
okay.
yes.
I was thinking it was just an expansion of where they already are and modifying it. That's minor construction.
That would still be.
Oh, whole new buildings. I got you.
And-
Now I'm
and-
clear. Clear as mud. Yeah.
Right, Madam Clerk, would you call the vote, please?
Mr. Jalil,
No.
Mr. Andrews,
No.
Mr. Charles,
No.
Dr. Day,
Yes.
Dr. Gupta,
Yes.
Dr. Carter,
No.
Mrs. Preston,
Yes.
Mr. DePaul,
No.
Mrs. Laurie.
Let me change my vote. The vote is if I say yes, I'm going for a building?
No,
Yes.
we're voting on whether or not to have a vote.
Explore the.
My motion was
Oh.
to hold a vote.
Oh, okay.
My motion was to hold
I
a vote.
lost the whole.
My motion is whether or not we should vote on this. If I'm giving the board members a chance to say, no, we're not ready to vote. If you're not ready to vote, you should vote no on my motion. If you're ready to vote, you should vote yes on my motion.
Understood.
I'm giving the board a chance to say we're not ready.
Okay, my bad. I
So
understood.
the vote is to
I
basically
totally misunderstood.
vote on the motion or not.
The motion is whether or not to vote on it.
Let's try it
Okay.
again.
Let's try it again. Yeah, that we.
Madam
did
Clerk, go ahead.
understand that. Okay.
Mr. Jalil,
Yes.
Mr. Andrews,
No.
Mr. Charles.
Yes.
Dr. Day,
Yes.
Dr. Gupta,
Yes.
Dr. Carter,
I don't know what this motion is. Vote on what? To vote on this
To
question?
vote yes or no on question 2. Do you think you're ready to vote
Yes,
on question
yes.
2? If
Yes.
Mrs. Preston,
No.
Yes.
Mr. DePaul.
Yes.
Mrs. Laurie,
Yes.
motion carries.
Now let's vote on the,
Now, we're voting yes or no on question 2.
all right. Any, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please? So yes means you're going for a building-based CTE, no means you're not going for a purpose-specific CTE building.
Okay.
Within the next 2 to.
Within next 2
Yeah.
to 3 years.
Okay.
Yes means new building, no means no new building,
For now.
for now, in 2 to 3 years.
Right.
Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Mr. Jalil,
No.
Mr. Andrews,
No.
Mr. Charles,
No.
Dr. Day,
No.
Dr. Gupta,
No.
Dr. Carter,
No.
Mrs. Preston,
No.
Mr. DePaul,
No.
Mrs. Laurie,
No.
9-0.
So basically, the board has unanimously voted not to go for a new building or a purpose-based building for CT. Is that the correct assumption? Right. Now you want a curriculum-based vote?
I'm assuming that
Right.
by default, we're gonna still expand
It
CTE.
seems to me that's the only alternative to
Yes.
building. It seems to me by default, that means
You need
the
a-
administration pursues
Or do we
curriculum
want to
based.
go ahead and do it?
You need a vote on it?
If that makes you guys feel solid on it, let's vote on whether or not we're gonna
Let's-
explore curriculum
Motion
options.
to,
Okay.
Yeah, I make a motion to vote on giving the direction to the administration to pursue curriculum-based CTE program improvement.
Second.
Mr. DePaul, discussion? Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Mr. Jalil?
Yes.
Mr. Andrews?
Yes.
Mr. Charles?
Yes.
Dr. Day?
Yes?
Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
Dr. Carter?
Yes.
Mrs. Preston?
Yes.
Mr. DePaul?
Yes.
Mrs. Laurie?
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Question number 2.
Okay. Question number 2 is regarding the pre-K expansion or converting TC Miller to a pre-K site.
Well, you already heard from me, so. Pretty wrong.
Go ahead, Mr. Ross, you want to say something?
Okay, that's fine, we're good.
Dr.
So as I understand the information we have, keeping TC Miller as a pre-K facility would forego some of the operational cost savings that we would incur if we closed. If I read the numbers correctly, it's on the order of $400,000 that we would be giving up if we decide to keep it open as a pre-K site. It also seems to me that as a multi-storied building, it's not well-suited to pre-K. When we toured the Hutchison facility, I think they pointed out that having to have the children go up and down stairs is an issue for pre-K. So for that reason, it might not be the best suited building for pre-K. I don't support committing ourselves to a less than desirable location for pre-K. I think, my opinion is we need to look for a more suitable facility to develop additional pre-K. And I think we may have a way to do that when we get to question number 4. I'll explain that if and when we get to that point. So I'm basically saying that my answer to this question is no, we don't want to convert it. I think we could, perhaps, depending upon how all the shuffling of programs happens as we work through the implementation of our plans to close a couple of schools, maybe it's possible, I don't know, we'd have to look into this. Maybe we could make some space at one of the existing remaining open elementary schools that is close to either the center or downtown schools where my understanding is most of the pre-K students are coming from. Could we, for instance, take the pre-K classrooms that are at Paul Monroe, move those students to another facility, and use those classrooms at Paul Monroe to absorb some of the students that would need to be redistricted? So there may be a way to move the pre-K classrooms closer to where the students are. And secondly, I do think it's better if the pre-K classrooms are all kind of in a common facility, or maybe a couple common facilities, so that we can have the staff that have specialized training all in one place, rather than having to migrate from location to location to location where the different pre-K classrooms are. So I'm kind of looking for a way to get the pre-K facilities all in 1 or 2 locations rather than spread out throughout the district. And so for that reason, and for the reason that I'm not convinced that the T.C. Miller building is the best site, I think I would vote no to this, that we would not want to convert it to a pre-K site.
Oh, is there an elementary school that doesn't have stairs? That's on one level?
I think Sandusky may fit that.
Paul Monroe only has it for the older kids, they don't have it for the little ones. They do.
Heritage.
Does everyone have up and down stairs?
Heritage doesn't, Sandusky doesn't.
Heritage and
Heritage does not.
Sandusky does.
In Sandusky?
Does Perrymont?
Piermont does, yes.
But does the pre-K use it?
Darrington has.
Paramount pre-K is upstairs.
Sheffield.
Does Darrington,
So they're
does
on
he
the
have?
floor.
Sheffield does not.
No, shit, that's right.
So if there's steps to get, well, no, you can go out the back door to get to the gym, the auxiliary gym. Now, to get to a open play area at Sheffield, you have to go down steps.
Ms. Lowry, go ahead.
Are you finished? Are you finished?
You got more? Go ahead.
Sometimes you just need to be, by the time we finish here, no one will be going to the school they're going to.
I was speaking to you, saying migrating, but if a teacher is stationed at that school, they don't migrate. They stay at that school, so they're not moving around.
Well, the administration can reassign them to a different school.
No, if, like, for example, the pre-K teacher we have had, and when I was at Palmer Road, she's been there the whole time. She's not gone anywhere. She's not migrated anywhere. See what I'm saying? And our sped teachers there have helped those children in, that may have needed it then, in that school. So they don't migrate.
But doesn't the administration assign teachers to particular facilities?
Yes,
So
we
we can
all
say
have
next
we
year
have an
you're not here,
assigned
you're
school.
here.
Oh, I thought you meant within the school year, they're jumping from here.
No, I mean.
Oh, that's what
one
it
year-
sounded like. I'm like,
Migrate,
no,
by,
they don't
by
migrate.
migrate, I meant assign them
Okay.
to this school now.
Oh,
for the
okay,
next
I
year.
understand what you're saying
That's
now.
what
I
I
thought you
meant.
said within the year, they're jumping around, no.
Dr. Carter.
Well, it's Hutcherson, so they stay on one floor at Hutcherson. They're on different floors.
There's pre-K on both floors. There's a way to go outside and come around to get to the cafeteria area. But you can go up and down the stairs. They don't have an elevator.
So they navigate, the little ones navigate.
If they have to, yeah. Especially if they're in a wheelchair or some other things.
But if not, then they walk down the stairs or they walk outside?
They can walk up
They
and
can
down
walk
the stairs,
yeah.
okay. It's just a little more challenging when people are little.
Yes, yeah.
One of the
takes
CIPs, we need an elevator in Hutcherson. I'm looking for Mr. Andrews' guidance on this one, because you are the expert on pre-K.
I'm gonna be honest with you, man, I'm struggling because I don't wanna close or convert TC Miller. I mean, I know that we're supposed to be on the same page. And I am one to, it's all for pre-K expansion. But I just don't, scenario 3 just doesn't feel good to me. Just being, I'm not doing it for claps, I'm really, it's just where I feel, man. So, we're gonna vote regardless. My vote would be, I'm abstaining from that vote. So, I don't really have a comment any further than that. I've already put everything out there, so.
Ms. Preston.
My question is, or my concern, I guess is a better way to phrase it. My concern is the students that have been involved with the School of Innovation at TC Miller. What's gonna happen with those students? What availability for the same kind of instruction is going to happen with those students? And I know it's early to ask that question, because I'm sure that's something that requires a lot of thought and consideration, but I just kinda don't like the idea of leaving them hanging. I wanna know that there's gonna be a School of Innovation for students that is the best option for.
So without getting ahead of ourselves in terms of what we're attempting to do, just holistically, looking at all of our programming and adding more to what we have. We're looking at that through the lens of gifted education. We're looking at that through the lens of, I'll say choice, because remember LES is going to be a lab school, so that's School of Innovation-esque, I guess, but not quite in the same way that TC Miller and DESI are currently School of Innovations, but where can we add more of that type of thing? And also looking at our innovation. I mean, we have a thriving arts program there, as well as leadership and world language at DESI, and of course, herpetology and arts at Dunbar, all which were derived and evolved since the 90s. What are we, and granted, we can definitely expand on that, but what are other opportunities that we can be doing in our schools? And adding that to really attract people to Lynchburg City Schools because of that. And that thread is gonna go through elementary schools and schools all the way up, so.
I think Dr. Vodka has a slide last time, right, to different schools of innovation and how you're going to restructure the whole thing. So it's current with the modern day technological needs to society.
And I guess I've heard all of that, but I don't know, it's just not
May I comment?
formatted.
I understand that concern, and I think there's a lot of issues like that all of us are waiting to resolve. What we're trying to do is work through those issues one step at a time. Right now, we've got 4 issues here that we're trying to resolve. There'll be many more in the future. We are trying to work through those decisions, but there's a lot of those decisions to be made, and we can't do it all at once. Trying to walk our way through it.
Right now, we're trying to provide her guidance in terms of pre-K, right? That's the question at hand. Is there any other discussion on pre-K? You looking for an action on this item too?
Take what you all are comfortable in giving me, yes.
Dr. Day?
On the previous question, I was trying to give the board a chance to say whether or not they're ready to vote before they voted, but that seemed to have caused some confusion. So I'm prepared to do the same thing again. Okay, you don't want to do that. Okay, so that's too confusing. Then the alternative is to just have a vote.
Or we just, I mean, this is a discussion, so if there's a reason that you're not prepared to vote at this point, this is when we need to hear it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think we need to vote. But
I don't feel comfortable voting, that I have enough information to vote on this yet.
Okay, and Mr. DePaul, what additional information would you feel that make you comfortable?
Okay, I'm much more in favor of using close to, the closer proximity elementary schools to satisfy the pre-K requirement. I'm much more in favor of that. And I'd like to see the numbers between the two.
That makes sense. And I tend to agree with you. We want to make sure if we don't have a centralized location for preschool, which, as we know, there's some pros and cons to both approaches. I don't think we have achieved the savings we may want to by doing a centralized location. Can the other elementary schools absorb the additional pre-K demand that we believe we're going to have? And I think that's the question you have. That's a question I do have. I just want to make sure that we can do it. I've seen some numbers, I've seen some charts, but I guess I want to hear from the administration that we're comfortable that we can absorb those estimated pre-K programs in the current infrastructure.
And the other thing with the pre-K is as we talked about last time, the ADM, they don't count towards our ADM.
Yes.
So are they self-sustaining in terms of break-even points? And the answer I was hearing was no, right? We got to we got to backfill the money through our operating budget.
So that's answered in the package you have. But there is, it's not official ADM like regular K-12 students, but there is a per student payment essentially for it.
It's the revenue that comes
It's
in.
revenue for
Yes.
ADM.
But is that enough to break even?
It's not, but neither is ADM. Right?
Well,
Go ahead.
Okay, so maybe this will be helpful. So where are pre-K students now? I mean, how many are, I know we have centralized at Hutcherson, right?
There's a
Oh.
question.
Where's the table?
Question 8 has a table that shows, and for the public, there's a document, board questions, facilities master plan, on board docs. Question 8 has a table that kind of outlines where students are. We have pre-K at Hutchinson, Paul Monroe, Perrymont, and R.S. Payne. So 1 central site at Hutcherson, and then 3 of our elementary schools. And then you can see where the zoned students, the composition of students. So for example, if I just take Hutcherson, looking at pre-K 4, 15 of our students are from Bass zone, 4 from Bedford Hills, 3 from Desi, 33 from AGS. It's on page 6.
It's page 6 of that document.
So So that shows where we are.
And,
Go ahead.
and I was going to ask Mr. DePaul if that's the kind of information you were looking for, if you wanted, if it's something different you're looking
It's, I'm not internalizing this,
Okay.
is my issue.
for. I understand that too.
Yes. That
And the number I think I recall is an $800,000 figure that is unfunded. Is that correct?
No, it's, well,
Is there one point,
yeah, okay, that's about right.
is it, yeah, roughly speaking?
Yeah.
And how does that ratio compare to our current ratio with the rest of the student population?
I can't answer that question, but I can find that out.
Okay, but do you follow them, you
Yeah, I
see what
got
I'm after? I mean, if it's a similar, the same ratio, okay, I'm good with it. If it's that we have to find we have to fund a larger portion, then I just wanna make sure that we're all aware of that. And when we go to city council, we identify, this is why we're asking for a little bit more money in this instance.
So,
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure I understand your question. So you're looking at the state funded and then the required local match for pre-K.
Pre-K.
And you want us to compare that to what we get, so SOQ, and then the required local match for the.
Regular student body.
Okay, yeah, we can get those numbers.
Yeah.
And I'm really looking for, ratios is fine. Because I wanna see if it's a comparable ratio. Because I think we can go to city council with a comparable ratio that's a more legitimate ask at that point. Or at least we know where we're standing. I mean, how important is it to the city council that we have the pre-K?
So just to,
Yeah, go ahead.
just to throw a little bit more in the mix, the first couple years, we were expanding like one pre-K, and we did a pre-K 3 and another pre-K 3, so we have two pre-K 3s. Last year, we did not add a single new pre-K, and the reason why we didn't add a pre-K is because our philosophy for the available funds we had, we were working on 1550. So philosophy-wise, what we said is, let us use all the funds to increase the pay for the staff who are here right now with us, rather than creating new positions for new staff. So that was one of the reasons why we didn't expand pre-K. We really wanted to concentrate our efforts on staff compensation. So that is also something that as we move forward, that's still in the balance because we got 1547, and remember I said that's a start, not a spot of where we should be.
What is the rush to, we had conversation, I was saying, what is the rush? Let's wait till next meeting to vote on these things, but if board agrees to me, there's no rush to vote tonight, right? We coming back in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, all the information you need, you tell the staff, you'll have it, and if that information is not sufficient, we can still wait for another meeting. Sky is not falling down. Go ahead, Doug.
I just wanted to ask a clarifying question about some of the information that's in this document. The same page that has the chart showing the state share program cost amount and then our required local match. At the bottom of that page, there's an expenditures chart with a column for each of the 4 schools that are hosting pre-K classes. And then there's a column for T.C. Miller. And I didn't understand why there was a column for T.C. Miller here.
Yeah, I saw that earlier. I need to.
That's just
Yeah,
a
yep.
artifact of something, okay.
I need to get the correct answer then. I don't.
Oh, there may be a legitimate reason,
Yeah,
but we're not
I
sure.
believe there
what
is,
it
yep.
Okay.
I just don't know what it is right now.
And I also, along those, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Along those same lines, I think I saw a pre-K population at TC Miller. Was it 2 students or something unusual?
That was where there's.
It's where there's zoned.
Oh, that's right.
Ms. Lowry and then Dr. Carter.
For the percentages that are being asked for, would the rezoning make a difference to know that first? Or would you do it after?
I'm sorry.
Would the rezoning close to home percentage to know what that is if you move the children close to home from where they are? Would that make a difference for pre-K?
It might make a difference in how we organize in the existing buildings. I think I'm understanding that. I think what was at question here, and specifically this question because of the adoption of scenario 3, which had that language close or convert, and those are two different things. So that's why we were like, we're a little stuck. As to even if we stayed status quo with the number of pre-K classes that we have, there could be later, and I think this might be what you were alluding to, Dr. Day, a recommendation to say, instead of, what do we have? 3 classes at Perrymont, there's 3 pre-Ks at Perrymont, 4 at Paul Monroe, and 2 at R.S. Payne, or vice versa, somewhere in there. We may want to say there, let's add 4 here and reduce this one to 3 here, if that makes sense for the kid population.
Because they're closer to where they live.
Yeah, but there's, there's some trade-offs with that when you're looking at a pre-K room and what's needed for pre-K as well, the space, and you guys have the stairs and just all of that.
Dr. Carter?
And I think someone talked about close to home, well, we were been talking about that, but what is a feasible size, or what is a cost-effective size for kindergarten? Is there an optimum number of students or the best size for pre-K?
For pre-K or for kindergarten?
Pre-K.
Pre-K is,
Capped, it's, pre-K 4 is 16, and pre-K 3 is
14, I think.
14.
14.
That's determined by the state.
Strauss?
And just exploring one other idea. T.C. Miller, my recollection during my tour was that the bottom level could be, it did not have stairs necessarily to get access to that. But I want to make sure, I know you can come in the back door at T.C. Miller. Is there any opportunity to have that bottom level a pre-K center if we need the room, then have the upper levels elementary school to improve our efficiency? It's a little bit of a, I hate to say change, but and that's another reason I'm wondering, can we absorb all the population for our pre-K need in the school system with the existing buildings if we're closing Sandusky and T.C. Miller? If we need more room, can we have a hybrid model with T.C. Miller, lower level pre-K, upper level elementary?
So, let me make sure I'm understanding. So, you're keep T.C. Miller open, just add pre-K to kind of.
Right. And again, we don't get the facilities savings, but we get our efficiency, and maybe we satisfy a perceived need to me of additional pre-K chairs in our city school system.
So in doing so, you're saying add additional pre-K?
Right.
Okay.
Just a potential ask, if we go back to city council with that.
So, I'm sorry, so you're saying keep T.C. Miller open and then, as an elementary school, and then add pre-Ks to the basement?
Hybrid model, yeah, that's called a hybrid facility. You got a pre-K on the lower level and elementary on the upper level. Because I recognize, I don't think the facility could be pre-K all the way just because of the stairs and the way it's laid out. But my recollection is the lower level, you have some access, and I'm looking to you, Ms. Pugh, just to refresh my memory, that you could I don't have to worry about stairs on the lower level. In fact, it was a restorative kindergarten class now, it wasn't pre-K. Restorative classes down there already. Just throwing it out there. I recognize it doesn't really meet some of the needs that we've addressed.
What?
And that option, yeah, well, I mean, that hybrid model is what we have in R.S. Payne and Perrymont and Paul Monroe, so it's no different than what we have currently.
Well,
So, yeah.
yeah, I was gonna say, a model there might be that you would have a primary elementary pair with another school, potentially if you had K through 2 or something in T.C. Miller and 3 through 5 somewhere else, potentially.
Well, I agree, but really the core of what I'm getting at is I have always seen, hey, we have this desire or need for additional pre-K services in our school system. I'm told we have wait lists. Again, it's more resources. I understand that, and we have a problem with resources here. And I'm not giving you the direction you're looking for here, but that is a potential conversion scenario.
So, first I want the conversation, so I appreciate
Yeah.
the conversation, and I think the public appreciates the conversation too, so they can hear the questions that we're asking and how we're thinking about it. And we're smiling at each other because, you know, last year, if we could have added more pre-K and achieve 1550, we would have done
Right.
that. We sacrificed not adding additional pre-K because of our intent to really try to pay the existing staff. And if that wasn't a concern, using the funds that we get from the state and the requests that we have for the city, just an operating budget in terms of just paying the instructional staff. And you all know, even this year, we had to shift to kind of meet the needs to pay the instructional staff. So what I hear you saying, while it's warming my heart, because I'm with you with.
We're
Yes.
right here. We're right
No,
here.
we are
Right here.
with that.
Right here.
The question I would ask is, how do we pay the additional staff? How do we compensate, while also compensating the staff on a trajectory that at least gets everybody to living wage and better wages so that they can meet the needs of their family? And that challenge has been with not this board or boards in previous, because we've put forth a package that we think is reasonable and fiscally sound to city council to say, this is what we would like to fund, and we've had some challenges in doing that, including this past year, with that. So I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but I do want to make sure that I keep that in perspective as we're thinking through the lens of what we're doing.
Just say something.
Please.
So why only TCM? Why not use the same hybrid model for Sandusky? It's a building on the same level. It doesn't have multi-levels. It's a single-story building. You know, once we do it for one, why don't we do it for the other two?
Well, and I agree with that, except that as I told Principal Womack, since day one of my tours to your building, you kept on complaining about how rough that facility was. So, I mean, that's, you know, so, and I agree. But, you know, I'm trying to find an option. Of course, it's resources, and we're tight on resources, which is what Dr. Edwards is talking about. So again, we have to go to city council, but I do firmly believe if we make a strong enough case, we can find the money. It just depends on how strong of a case can we make for our pre-K education. I believe one way, you know, educate the population, you have a better city for the long run. I think it's hard to argue with that. And it starts at pre-K. But I don't have the checkbook, and I didn't win that $1 billion lottery. So,
And I'm taking the floor, I apologize. Because, then why not take it to the city council to build a brand-new Sandusky Elementary School, right? That you can expand and make the biggest, let's put your money where your mouth is, right?
that's what I say.
Sit there and say,
And I-
I'm for you, I'm here for you, we are all together. Hey, then put your checkbook in front and put the money up there.
So what I'm hearing you saying is build a brand new Sandusky Elementary School and add pre-K to TC Miller.
But of course, that's pie in the sky. I mean, it's, you know, that's, if we had unlimited resources that we're gonna do, so we're gonna be checked.
Well, I
But-
mean, you had a council member that had a town hall meeting last Tuesday. So
I was there.
Yeah.
Till the end plus some, and he had a lot of good things to say. But I mean, but then he got on the TV the next day and said, I'm not gonna give $15 million for Bass.
Or just give $15 million to our other costs.
So, well,
I sincerely believe that we are gonna have an extra $10 million at least by the election of next year. My question is, where do the acceptable funds come from that pays instructional salaries?
So our funding is split between state, federal, and city. And instructional salaries are in all of those, right? And I say that because there are certain grant funds that come from the federal government that pay for, like a Title I literacy specialist. That might be paid out of a grant funded. When we get the money from the state, it is a funding formula based on SOQ and some other things that they do with their formula. In the past, up until this past year, that's been a dollar amount, and then city has given us a dollar amount, and we sort of pay our staff. Staff are not labeled like, here I am being paid from city only or state only or a combination thereof. This year, the funds with categorical funding, all of the funds were taken and assigned to categories with amounts. Some were the ones that were proposed by us if you look at technology, maintenance, and a few other areas, particularly the instruction and the administrative funds were proposed by the city. So when you say, where do the funds come from? The funds came from the state. The state saw fit to give us an increase because they're trying to, obviously, they've been doing some work, increasing salaries, percentages, and so on and so forth. And the city, for their portion, gave us a decrease for their portion. Overall, it was an increase, but in doing so, we also received less of the state money, had the city even given us flat funding.
Are they saving some of that portion?
The city did allocate 1.9 million of the total funds, which actually reduced it even more for us to use for instruction in a contingency fund, with which we have nothing in writing in terms of what that is specifically for.
And we as a board can request that 1.9 million for anything we like, or just for instruction?
Well, part of it has by their action, although I don't know that you've used some of it. Part of it was for the unitary status, so there's some that's sitting still at the city level, should we pursue unitary status. Now, granted, we did have some meetings with attorneys, so there's some bills there that have to be paid. And then part of it was for professional development money that you all voted out last May or June, but they replaced, I think that's about $30,000 of that fund. The rest is still there.
The rest is still there.
We have almost 10 minutes. You want to move on to question 3?
Do we have time?
About 8 minutes before we have to.
Before we have to break.
Yeah.
Do we have to break at 8, or is the call coming in at 8?
We have to go into closed session at 8 o'clock.
So we need maybe, okay.
But then we'll come back and.
So we don't need 5 minutes to prepare for the 8 o'clock?
No.
You can use the first 5 minutes and continue, right?
Okay. All right, so we're done with pre-K discussion? Is that what?
Yeah, I think so.
Let me catch up.
There's no vote, so we'll continue the discussion in the 14th day.
All right, hold on, let me catch
So
up.
are we gonna come back to the other 2 questions?
We could start now. We have still 10 minutes. People waiting to hear. Go ahead.
So the third question is on the implementation scenario process, and basically what that, based on scenario 3, if you are closing 2 schools, and even if you are converting TC Miller to a pre-K, this still affects the elementary portion for TC Miller, is that close to home zoning plan going all at once, which would be the fall of 2024 with both schools and being rezoned? And what that would mean is probably temporary plan until the new spaces are available to do the replan, or one school and then the other in the fall of 2025, or vice versa, or wait and not rezone folks twice until the spaces are available. Pros and cons with both of those.
And I'm going to bias the discussion with my option, and since we have only 8 minutes left, can I do that?
Sure.
You're the
So,
chairman.
I personally like option 4. It's the last option where you defer everything till 2025. Because you gotta give opportunity for all these things we are talking about, building a new Sandusky, having an hybrid school.
Building under Sandusky.
All these things are not happening overnight. They will take time. So it will give the system time, and as Mr. Trost has said, it creates the least disturbance for our kids. We should not forget the little child, all kids whose parents are here shouting and screaming, and the kids whose parents are out there who don't have anybody watching out their backs. And it bothers me when people say, take money away from Bass. Do they understand who they're taking money away from? You go talk to Miss Hendricks. She told me, with no expansion, with close to home, the class size will be 45. That's unacceptable. Do you understand what I'm saying? So for people to say, I'm not giving 15 million to Bass, they need to understand what are they doing to the child who will be going to that school. That's not their loved one, but it is somebody's loved one. You know, and it bothers me that we become such selfish human beings that it's all about me, but forget about, I thought Lynchburg, we were a community. And I go to Sandusky and say, we all do it together. And I hope that's not just a slogan. That's a community voice. And I'm not doing for claps. I get slaps all the time. So, but it bothers me to hear that take money away from there and keep me alive. So you take oxygen away from, it happened during the COVID time, take oxygen away from somebody, but give it to me. But I thought we'll say we all live or sink or swim together as a community. So I think option 4 will defer it for 2 years and give some breathing area for the superintendent to do the close to home rezone and plan it out in a very systematic way, which is least disruptive. Again, the underlying one is least disruptive to our kids, because we got to be mindful of the fact at the end of the day, this child is not speaking for themselves. And many of them, like my daughter, will never speak for themselves. Their parents have to speak for themselves. So keeping in that mind, my biased opinion is for option 4. I'll shut up from here and I'll open the floor for discussion. Dr. Day.
Well, I concur with you 50%. I guess I feel that we should not do a 2-stage redistricting.
Right.
I had floated another option that I thought would avoid that, which the administration has addressed, and I communicated to the board members. I don't know if we even want to talk about it, but so I would support either the first option, which is close both schools in this coming fall, or the last option, close both schools a year from now, for that reason, that we don't want to rezone kids twice. Now, the administration has weighed in on what my additional option was. Do you want me to discuss it or not?
Your scenario 2 was.
I don't know what it was.
Go ahead. Good.
You want me to?
It's up to you. If you want to, the floor is
Okay,
yours.
so this was another scheme for having to only rezone once, but not closing both schools at the same time. And my proposal was, we rezone, assuming both schools are closed, but leave T.C. Miller open for additional year with no attendance zone. The fellow from MGT told us that there are some districts that he's had relations with where there are schools with no attendance zones. It's just by request only. So my thought was, could we, since there's a lot of students at T.C. Miller who are already there because they applied, they wanted to go there, would it work to keep T.C. Miller open for an additional year, letting the students who are currently there and want to continue stay, and any open seats be filled by request, but with no attendance zone attached to T.C. Miller? So a student who maybe lives across the street from T.C. Miller, who presumably is currently zoned for T.C. Miller, would have the choice of going to their newly zoned school, which might be another one, or go to T.C. Miller. That way, the only students who get rezoned twice are the ones who explicitly choose to be rezoned twice by choosing to stay an extra year at T.C. Miller. Now, I think the concern is that this would make T.C. Miller unreasonably small. Is that, you expressed a concern about that?
I don't know what the class sizes would be.
So-
If you had, we had 91 applications this year, if I'm remembering correctly, and 91 applications there, because there is a qualification process. So 91 applications doesn't mean 91 students are admitted. But you might have 150 applications and 125 of those will qualify, so it's hard for me to determine.
So this was just, I was just looking for a way to rezone children only once, but not have to close both schools at the same time.
Yeah, I personally like to keep things simple.
I understand.
I'm not a nerd, you know, I just like to just keep it simple and straight.
So I'm not campaigning for it, I'm just throwing it out there as another option that we
Because
could
if it's
consider.
too much deviation, my mind gets lost and I say, where am I going? So, other discussion on this one. We'll come back and continue discussing, but we got to keep the kids in the mind. Take the politics out of it. If the politics gets involved, it's not good. You know, it has become a personal thing. Dr. Day and I were there at Sandusky, somebody posted on Facebook, evil is around us. What does it mean? That should not be the case. And Mr. Womack, you should not be allowing that kind of environment in your school, period. That should not be encouraged. I cannot, but
It's 8 o'clock, so we need to break for our closing. Yeah, you need to make a motion to go to closed session.
let him just speak. I'll give you a floor for a minute.
No, we don't allow public comment at board meetings. It's 8 o'clock.
It's 8 o'clock. I'm just telling you.
Is there a motion to go to closed session?
Motion.
Second.
Madam Clerk, would you call the vote, please?
Mr. Javale.
Yes.
Mr. Andrews.
Yes.
Mr. Charles.
Yes.
Dr. Day.
Yes?
Dr. Gupta.
Yes.
Dr. Carter.
Yes.
Mrs. Preston.
Our children aren't allowed to bully like that.
Yes.
Mr. Paul. Yes. Ms. Laurie.
Yes.
Motion to go to closed meeting passed.
Are we in here after they all leave, or we go upstairs?
Set up for this.
Take our stuff?
Need our
Board Chair moves that Lynchburg Board certifies and closed meeting just concluded, nothing was to be discussed except the matters, number one, specially identified in the motion to convene a closed meeting and lawfully permitted to be so discussed under provisions of Virginia Freedom of Information Act cited in that motion. And so recommended action is the board chair recommends the school board approves the certification of closed meeting in accordance with the Code of Virginia, S 2.2-3711, A7 and 8. Is there a motion?
Motion. Second.
Madam Clerk, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Gilio,
He's not here. He's left the meeting.
Andrews,
Yes.
Mr. Charles,
Yes.
Dr. Day,
Yes.
Dr. Gupta,
Yes.
Dr. Carter,
Yes.
Mrs. Preston,
Yes.
Mr. DePaul,
Yes.
Mrs. Laurie.
Yes.
Motion carries.
We're back in the open session, and I wanted to apologize to Mr. Womack for my comments prior to the meeting. My emotions, I think, took over better of me, so we move forward from here. We were discussing question number 3,
Yes.
and we're back to Dr. Edwards.
Okay, so we were back at looking at the possible rezoning scenarios or implementation plans, and I think I heard from a couple who said what they felt in terms of those, but I don't know that everybody had an opportunity to speak.
Floor is open.
I'm stuck between 1 and 4.
Ms. Lowry?
I'm for 4.
I'm for 4.
4?
And I have a hard time, I just don't want to put the children through a rezoning twice scenario, which means, really, for me, it's 2. I don't know how, while I have a lot of confidence in the administration, I think trying to do everything that needs to be done by fall of 2024 is tight. And I really would rather do it correctly, and if it means we need to take another year, so be it, but I'd rather take the time to make sure it's done properly than to rush it and not cross all our, dot all our i's and cross all our t's. So I feel 4 is a way for me to go.
Mr. Andrews?
I don't want to close, but I'll go with 4 if it's going to push things back a little bit.
So may I move that we adopt the 4th of those 4 options in response to this question? I so move that we adopt the 4th listed option.
Second.
Second.
Which second should I pick?
How many have we had?
2.
That's good. Itch.
Dr. Day and Ms. Carter, Dr. Carter. Any discussion on the motion? So could you restate your motion for
The
the clerk?
motion is that we close or convert T.C. Miller and close Sandusky in fall 2025.
So we're delaying the closing action for 2 years, and in the meantime, the superintendent will continue doing the close to home rezone,
Yeah,
right? That's the, Dr. Wadaka, would you want to expand on what are we voting?
I think I understand. It's just, it's this 4th option that we just have a delay for, I guess, 1 year beyond the original plan. And then we will conduct a close home zoning based on the schedule that's in the PowerPoint.
So, since we are in discussion phase, I got a question. So how do we, I'm for option 4, but how do we balance the budget in this coming year now?
I don't think that's the question for right now. I think
Okay.
you have to figure that out.
we're gonna have the issue of how we balance the budget.
Budget
no matter
regardless.
what we do.
Yeah.
This may make it harder for a year.
Well, does this also mean that this will give you not only the time to get done what you need to get done, hopefully at Bass, but also the innovation programs moved where they need to get them pre-set up? I mean, this has allowed you enough time to do all that?
Yeah,
All the things
I
you
mean,
wanted to do?
we'll definitely work on all of that, yes.
Oh, okay, as long as you have enough time to get everything, so when the kids are done, then they just go.
Would you call the roll?
Mr.
Any
Andrews?
more discussion? I don't want to be accused that I didn't do enough discussion. Any more discussion on this? Please call the roll.
Mr. Andrews?
Abstain.
Mr. Trost?
Yes.
Dr. Day?
Yes?
Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
Dr. Carter?
Yes.
Mrs. Preston?
Yes.
Mr. DePaul?
Yes.
Ms. Laurie?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-1 abstain.
How much?
8-0, 8-1.
7.
7.
Wait,
7.
7-1. Mr. Jalil's not here, I'm sorry.
There was not.
7-0.
One
7.
7-0 is abstain.
701.
So that's unanimous, because an abstention
Yes.
is not counted.
Mr. Jalil's not present.
And Dr. Edwards, floor is yours.
Okay, so the last question on the next slide looks more closely, or on slide 26, looks closely at the capital improvement approach, which we know is a little bit later in the plan. But in scenario 3, there were multiple combinations, and I believe on this slide, what Dr. Woodica has done is make it easy for us to identify by color this time, which of the combos, based on what was in original scenario 3, is the board willing to support? The green being obviously the more expensive of the combos, because you have not only the expansion at Bass, you have the full renovations at LES, Paul Monroe, Perrymont, and R.S. Payne, along with the original additional expansions at those other 3 schools. And then, of course, the blue one being the least expensive version, doing safety and maintenance at all the schools, and the only expansion at this point would be at Bass.
Dr. Day?
Well, so I'm wondering, it seems to me there's other possibilities. For instance, we could do the safety and maintenance for all schools but one, do an expansion or renovation at one of the other elementary schools in addition to the Bass expansion.
Yes, you could do that.
You could do that.
Yep.
So that was what I was going to suggest. So my suggestion is that we do the Bass expansion, which of course is part of what the board approved back on September 19th, plus a renovation, well, I guess an expansion of one of the other elementary schools. The 3 that are here are Paul Monroe,
Lincoln.
Leghorn,
Perrymont.
Perrymont, yeah, so, I guess what I'm, okay, here's where I'm trying to go with this. Creating some more space at one of the other elementary schools could give us a place to move the pre-K classes to all be in a common facility, not taking them out of Hutchinson, but the ones that are distributed among several elementary schools. If an expansion of one of the elementary schools made space for them, then we could have we'd have basically 2 pre-K sites, Hutchinson and one other, where all the pre-K classrooms were in a single elementary school. And if that was what we wanted to do, then we ought to pick one of the elementary schools to do that in that is closer to where we understand most of the students participating in the pre-K program are, which, based on the information we have, is either the central or downtown areas. So based on that, I would suggest that we do the full renovation at either Perrymont or Lincoln.
What's the time frame on that?
Well, I didn't specify a time frame, so as soon as feasible, is that vague enough?
No, that's fine, because it's an aspect for me. I apologize for talking, again, as opposed to speaking out of turn. Am I okay? Okay. I just wanted, because if it comes down to it, we don't have money. We need to balance the budget. I would say let's take care of safety, as long as we're taking issues away. Maintenance on an as-needed basis, and until we get the money granted to us, then look at renovations after that. I understand planning is important, but right now, we don't have money. We want a balanced budget. We voted that, for not to address that for 2 years. Safety is the most important thing for the students and the teachers. We take care of the safety issues. Maintenance as needed, and just go with that, save the money.
I'm sorry, can I just differentiate, just to make sure we're on the same page, on operating funds versus capital funds? So certainly there's the operating budget, which has been the concern, and then these are, what we're really talking about are capital dollars, which are funded just differently than what.
I understand.
So I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Do we have all the money for all these things in the
Oh,
capital budget?
absolutely not. I just want to make sure we're
That's
not.
my point.
Yeah, but I just want to make sure we're not talking about the operating
No,
budget for a second.
we don't have the money. That's, I assumed we didn't have the money for either side. So with that, we go with the minimal approach, minimal amounts of money. That's my suggestion.
Which would be
Blue
blue.
modified.
And the I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're right, go ahead, please.
What is the modification?
Safety, maintenance as needed, period.
So no bass
Nope.
expansion. Okay.
We don't have it.
I support that.
We have one of the decision makers, probably a swing voter, that would be the decision as to whether or not it was to come over. So we don't have it. He already said he's not gonna do it. So that's my suggestion. Please cut it down.
Well, I'm gonna cut it down just a little, because I asked you a question. If we do close to home rezoning and you don't do a bass expansion, that's gonna be a problem.
We don't have the money though.
But if the kids are still doing close to home rezoning, there's no space.
Then
So
it
we
has,
have to,
and the expansion on Bass is gonna take a period of time. It's not gonna happen overnight.
no, but it could be done by 2025, August.
I hear what you're saying.
Because we're not doing the whole building, we're
We're
just adding
expanding. Oh, I know.
classes and
Yep.
and the
I know what
gym,
you're
so
saying.
we're just, because I was thinking to do, because I see our community growing on that end where Perrymont is with the development over by Home Depot, and that's a concern for me. And Perrymont Elementary School is closer to that route because you can get there from the expressway easy. So I'm thinking I would think expanding Perrymont Elementary School and Bass, and then doing the safety maintenance.
Well, if it's the board decision, I don't.
No, I'm just thinking that's another idea.
Yeah.
Because Perrymont has the land. They have the land. I mean, the city owns it, city council owns it, so, but there's a lot of acreage to build there, so.
So I think what you were just suggesting is the same as what I was just suggesting, except you're being specific that Perrymont versus Lincoln. And in response to Mr. DePaul's comment, the decision the board made on September 19th was scenario 3 plus a request to city council for the 15 million. Now, you're speculating that they will deny that request.
Yes, sir.
But we don't know that. And I would like them to make that decision, not us.
Yes, it hasn't been brought before city council.
No, it hasn't, but I'd like them to be the ones to deny us the 15 million rather than we deny it to ourselves.
Fair enough.
Mr. Andrews, you
I like the blue. Excuse me, sorry. I like the blue.
I like the blue,
I like the blue.
in whole or piecemeal?
I like it in whole.
Ms. Preston, you have not spoken.
I'll be honest in saying I'm torn. I just need to think about it some more.
Dr. Carter?
Well, I'm with Mr. DePaul about the Bass expansion. Why even count that in when we have one city council that the vice mayor is already saying he's not gonna vote for it? But to implement some of the things we want to do, we're going to have to look at the safety and maintenance puts us back to where Sandusky is. Piecemealing, doing a little bit, patching this, and then we'll say, well, this school should close because it's terrible, or they have so many significant needs. So we really need to look at what we're gonna do and do what's needed to make sure that whatever schools are there are maintained and renovated.
So what you're saying is, we don't want patchwork we have done in Sandusky where you lose the original identity. So,
And
in a
then
way,
say we're
I'm
gonna
putting
do
words in your mouth. Are you recommending a brand new school is the only choice you're suggesting?
Well, I recommend that a long time ago, but whatever we do, let's do the renovations that are needed. So then I guess what you could do is if you're at a school and you're not seeing any renovations, then you know, so we're gonna be the next school that they're just patching here and there, and we'll be the first one to leave, to go.
So, do I have the floor?
You have the floor. I was going to say something, go ahead.
Any decision we make, any of these or any modification of them, all requires city council approving of the funding. We're talking about millions of dollars for any of these. So I guess I just don't find the argument of we think we know what city council's not going to do persuasive at all. We are dependent on them for everything. So I think what we do need to do is not go to city council with unreasonable requests. 15 million for Bass is not the largest request that we're looking at here. Some of these renovations are probably 15 million also. Building a brand new Sandusky, we had an estimate of over 50 million. That would be an even harder ask from city council. So I understand the anxiety or the uncertainty of knowing what city council might approve, but I don't think we can let that uncertainty about what they approve completely paralyze us. We're gonna have to face that no matter what.
The problem I have is you look at scenario 1, 2, 3, 4. None of them mention renovation or expansion of Bass Elementary. For years, I've been hearing that 50% of heritage population comes from Florida Avenue and in that area. So if you do close to home rezone, where will they end up? Either at RS Payne or at Bass Elementary. So the point is, I don't know how MGT left Bass completely out from all those 4 scenarios. That doesn't make sense to me. Convince me why, Bass has 18 acres of land behind it. That part of the town needs some hope. To me, ideally, if VUL builds up, Bass builds up, and Liberty buys that plaza on Florida Avenue, that could become the educational hub for Lynchburg. Long term, if you look at it. Bass was left out. I don't know, MGT could answer why Bass was left out from all the 4 scenarios.
Yeah, so I can't speak on that fully, but I would say if you look at the schools that are identified, Lincoln and Paramount in particular are sort of central to the city, right? So they're very centrally located in the city, and so it's sort of expansion there might make some sense because you can kind of bring people from all over the place. Bedford Hills, you just simply have a lot of land that's available, so it'd be a much easier expansion potentially.
But if I live on Florida Avenue and I want to walk to my kid's school, the most convenient place for me is Bass Elementary.
No argument on that.
And that map we had up there last time, hidden from WSCT, you see that little island in the color, which was at Heritage, where is it going?
It's out in the lobby.
Yeah,
right
it's in
now.
the lobby, so where is it going? The Bass Elementary, so when I know we are not supposed to use the word neighborhood schools, but if you use, close to your home where you can walk to a parent can walk to the school, it just doesn't make sense as a layman. And not the smartest guy in the room, but I've been struggling with that why bass was left out in this whole discussion, completely left out. And nobody's making a noise about that.
May I just make one factual comment here? Because the board questions document in which Dr. Wodeka assembled for us a lot of answers, the questions we had pertinent to these 4 questions. He did have some suggestions for how expansions at one or the other of these schools might look. And based on what was in there, the expansion at Perrymont would produce an additional 15,000 square feet. The expansion at Linkhorn would produce twice that much. It would produce an additional 30,000 square feet, if I read it correctly. So the Linkhorn expansion would be much bigger. We'd have a lot more new space there, but Linkhorn is already a bigger school than Perrymont. I think we would then have one sort of giant school at Linkhorn. So that's why I kind of prefer Perrymont over Linkhorn. Also, I did, with the numbers that we had here, I totaled up the number of, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, the number of students being served in the pre-K programs at all the 4 locations where they are. And then I took those pre-K expenditure numbers that are at the bottom of page 7 of the board questions document and calculated our expenditure per student at each of the 4 pre-K facilities. I was expecting Hutcherson to be the least expensive, but I was wrong. Perrymont is the least expensive per student. This is expenditures on pre-K per pre-K student. The most expensive is Paul Monroe, second most expensive R.S. Payne, second least expensive Hutcherson, least expensive Perrymont. So I don't know what the explanation for that is. Why does Perrymont do it a little bit more economically than, oh, you've got an answer?
Well,
Okay.
I think if you're using the numbers in the bottom where it says expenditures, salaries and benefits, and I think Mrs. Lowry said our pre-K teacher has been there for a while. A veteran teacher would be making much more than, well, not much more comparatively, but more than a, novice teacher. So I think you need to factor in experience when you start looking at the numbers, and considering that Hutcherson also probably has more instructional assistants. They also have the early childhood program there. Some of those instructional assistants may double over in that. That might explain some of those expenses, but the expenses pretty much are based on salaries.
Okay. I also noticed that Hutcherson has $20,000 of other charges, and there's not an item for other charges on the other schools. I don't know what the explanation of that is. So it's not a big difference. I'm just saying that it appeared that Perrymont, among the elementary schools that have pre-K programs in them, it looks, based on these numbers and whatever the explanation might be, it appears that Perrymont is doing about as efficiently as anyone is, and so it seemed like a good place to put additional pre-K facilities to me. That was the point I was trying to make.
So where, you looking for a decision on it, or we just ponder and?
So I feel like for the capital plan, we do
This-
need a
yeah.
decision on this.
Which is,
Yeah.
we have to submit our capital improvement request to the city this Friday. So we need to kind of have an idea. Now, keep in mind, it is the long-term capital, and you're funded for the year you're in, and then the rest is plans.
Just because it's in the plan doesn't
It's
mean
in
it
the
will
plan.
happen.
So the
But if it's not, either.
Heritage Gymnasium is on that CIP?
We'll put it back in. Yeah.
It'll be back into the.
We will request it, but it,
May or may not.
To keep with Dr. Day's, that just because it's on the plan, it's not going to be funded. Just because it's not in the plan doesn't mean we can't ask for it later. Show our financial responsibility with Blue and add it in later? Is that an option?
So you're saying go with the blue?
I said go with the blue.
So can I don't want to dive into it, but just one thing to consider is that while they're appropriating funds for 1 year, remember the long-term financial plan that they develop is based on the CIP submissions. So if you don't submit something, it's not going into the debt plan.
Okay.
And so it makes more sense if you're going to do something. If you think you might do something, go ahead and ask for it. And then if you don't do it, that's okay. But that way it's factored into the debt plan.
Then let's go with the green.
Let's go with the green.
Or I say even go with the orange, but modify it so that you are doing a full renovation
Would that
at Perrymont, full renovation at Perrymont, so you have more room, but you can renovate Lincoln, Paul Monroe, RS Payne, and expand it back.
4 renovations will be equivalent to building a brand new school.
Yes.
That doesn't make sense, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's fine.
You
You just
go with
asked,
the green,
so
you
that's
build a
what I was
brand
thinking.
new school, why are you?
Yeah, I think the document said that a full renovation basically means stripping it down to the studs. And
Oh, wow.
that's what full renovate,
I
that's
did
the
not
level
realize that.
that we're talking
Okay.
about for full renovation.
All right. So then you really wanna expand them and make sure
Expansion's
they have
one thing, full
safety and
renovation is
maintenance
something else.
and, okay.
I guess.
So we're back to green?
Dr. Gupta.
Yes, sir.
Back to the green?
Okay, just for my clarification. But the CIP, Sandusky New School had been in the CIP for years, is that correct?
Yes.
Well, I mean, the history is that it was there was money for design, but there was not money for construction, ever. And so there's a little bit of a misconception there. And then, in the summer of 2018, the College Lake event happened. There was lots and lots of expenditures. So that's why the design stopped at that time. So they're just, there's a lot of talk about what was in and what was not, and the construction was not.
So I'm just trying to use that as, to try to guide me as to what we would do here. So Sandusky is not in the CIP plan at this point, new school for Sandusky. And that happened in 2018, it just kind of.
Not for the recently adopted one.
But wasn't there 20 million in CIP in 2018 for the year of 2025 or
Yeah,
more?
so there was never a funding source for it.
Okay, I understand that. I understand the difference between not having a funding source. However, I don't want our public to think
Right.
that there was some CIP document that didn't have the word Sandusky with $20 million somewhere slid out in the far off years
Okay.
of that.
All right, yeah.
So I guess I'm trying to get my head around,
Yeah.
I mean, is this a waste of time to even think? I mean, it sounds like you can ask for anything and then
Yeah.
it doesn't matter.
That's what
Pretty
I was
much.
gonna wonder. It's said, so the city council, you put this in, the other school boards put this in, but the city council said no.
So part of the whole reason we're doing all of this is the fact
That might help, yeah.
right? So is the fact this work that was done. So we had Sandusky, there was Sandusky Middle School that was done, and there was a lot of conversation about how that some people say it was slid in there, it was done, whatever. That was 15 years ago.
Okay.
Of course, there was a big process for Heritage High School, and then Sandusky Elementary School came in there, but there was never any sort of master facilities plan so that the city knew kind of what the vision was, not just in the fight. So the whole reason we're having this conversation, the whole reason the original task force started, all the work that's been done is because there was never really any comprehensive facilities master plan for the division at that point. There'd been one 20 years ago. That's how Glass was renovated. Ultimately, that's how Sandusky, if you look at the documents, that's how Sandusky Middle was done. Even there's a lot of conversation about that. So the reason we're having this conversation is that we want to cast that vision for what we're doing so that everybody knows kind of is on the same page. And I think the question on the table is, how aggressive do you want to be with that ask? Do you want to be all in here, or do you want to be more moderate? And whatever the case may be. And I think That's the question that we're asking the board tonight, and not, there has to be some sort of vision that we are adopting as an organization so that our funding body can plan for those required bond fundings and things like that.
How about we need to be realist, isn't it?
Agree, yeah.
To be moderate, aggressive, but if you don't get funding, you raise the expectations.
Sure.
And it'll be the same thing, the Sandusky story, which stays on CIP for years, and the dream never becomes a reality.
Right.
Dr.
So-
Carter.
Just for clarification, full renovation, you have Perrymont doing full renovations and all expansions, and Lincoln Elementary in both for the green?
Yeah, it seems redundant, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The green, why would you do
No.
an expansion if you're doing a full renovation?
So the green is all expansions and all renovations, right? Because there's the whole existing school, you take that down to the studs, you reprogram it, do all the things that we wrote about. In the orange, it's saying we're doing renovations to those schools, but only do an expansion to Bass.
So in the green, we're talking about the full renovation and an
And the
expansion.
Yes,
Both.
Updating the school and adding more room.
that's right.
But the brand new.
Well, if you, it's your opinion that this doesn't, it would make more sense, then let's delay this vote and add in the new school with the next one. I know that they have a deadline of Friday. I'm aware of that. I'm aware.
And what happens to the safety and maintenance if we do green or the orange?
The non-renovated, the schools that don't get full renovations would still have the safety. Yeah, that's what's on these sheets.
In your professional opinion, which one is doable? Realist. I'm looking at both of you.
And if you say we're gonna hold you, I wouldn't say.
You're on camera.
So I'll just say, I think maybe there's a middle ground. I think that's reasonable. I think that's a doable thing. I think that Lincoln or Perrymont expansion is reasonable. I would say, I understand the arguments about Perrymont from a construction perspective. Lincoln's probably a little easier to do just because of the topography of the land. I think you could, I don't think you have to necessarily say one or the other. At this point, we could add that in as an elementary expansion.
So
I think that's reasonable to do if you don't want to do all three, or all four, I'm sorry.
The other thing to remember is the age of our buildings, right? The elementary buildings are, what, about 63, 70 years old. And I do think we need to guard against the safety maintenance patchwork plan. We'll be here in another 5-10 years, look, as I think you said, Dr. Carter, looking at our buildings, and that's not a good place to be. So if it's not a new school built, which was on the plan when I was hired, when I came down here, and actually I was mistaken, the design was in FY19, the school, the 20 million was in FY20 when I first got hired here, and understanding that, and it moved out a little bit. But full renovations, if we're going to maintain our buildings in good standing and good shape. Otherwise, I do think we're gonna run the risk of being here again with Sandusky Part 2, Part 3, Part 4. And I want to be a realist too, but my first job is education, and I think the children of Lynchburg, the staff, the families, deserve the best. And I think as a community, we should be striving to provide that for them, and not just what we think we can maybe bare minimum get by with.
So if you do a new school, can we take the name out, just Sandusky TC, just a brand new school building? Will that suffice your CIP requirement?
We've been there before, right? So that was what that was in 2 years ago, and that's now gone. You can certainly do that if that's what you want to do. I think, my perspective is, the board has got to set a vision for what you want to do, whatever that may be. And you might disagree with one another, but you got to set a vision for where you're going. And at some point, you just got to make a decision. And you could certainly provide more information, but I think, you know, the reason we're doing this master plan is that because we want 5 years from now, when some of us are here and some of us aren't, we want to say, here's what we were thinking. It might change a little bit, but here's the direction that we're going as a school division, whatever that may be. And you certainly can just put, you know, no name on it, but I would suggest that, you know, just have a plan and decide what you want to do.
Because the patchwork doesn't help. I was at a building a few weeks ago. I was told by doing the patchwork, you lost the original identity. There's so much patchwork done that, you know, you do renovation after renovation. Those are Band-Aid solutions.
Yeah.
And the result, heating, cooling systems are all messed up. So as Dr. Edwards says, you need a long-term solution which provides a safe and quality instructional environment. And but it'll come at a price. Dr. Carter?
So in the green, so where do the students go when we're renovating and expanding?
So I think there's a couple different ways you do that. So I think what we've done elsewhere, and I think in a lot of places, is if you were to do an expansion, you could potentially move people to different buildings for a short period of time, particularly if you have closures. The other option would be you have portable classrooms for a period of time.
And this expansion is all under the projection that our student population is dwindling, right?
In certain areas.
I think overall, they said that we're losing students in the 10-year projections. So we're expanding, and this was the premise of what we even started with, that our population is decreasing, and here we are talking about expansions. I just want to get it out there.
Ms. Lowry, and then
That's what I'm confused about, because you said with LU and the growth, it might have been dwindling, but I don't think it's gonna keep dwindling. I think it's gonna start growing, so just give those guys about 5-6 years into it, and you'll start children coming through.
Well, I think the trend today, and I apologize for jumping ahead of you.
No, you go ahead.
I think the trend today is for these young couples not to be having not to be having children as quickly. That's just the way I've been reading.
Yeah.
Mr. Trost.
I guess I'm recognizing the fact that we have some very old buildings here, so that makes me look towards full renovation if we can't get a new building, new school, full renovation. Realizing that I think, Mr. DePaul, the data says that we're gonna be having a downward trend, so I gotta go with what the best knowledge data I have at this point. Even though, Ms. Lowry, I agree with your ideas, but I'm gotta use the data. Those geographers or people that focus on what the population is gonna look like in the future, hopefully they would understand and look at LU and say, okay, this has been on an upward expansion trend for many years. I would expect that they would have taken that into consideration. I have to again rely upon the experts on the analysis and data going forward, which makes me lean towards the orange full renovations, because we do have an aging school building. The average age is unbelievable, quite frankly. And the expansion of the baths, because that does help with respect to the close to home zoning that we're after. Obviously, if I really truly thought we were gonna have a growing student population, and if I had some data that indicated that, hard data that the experts could say this is reliable, green would be the right thing, but I can't say that we have that expectation given on what we've seen from the consultants and the people that we've hired with respect to the facility study, which lends me to, long-term range vision is the orange full renovations of those schools with expansion to accommodate the close to home, which is vast expansion.
Mr. Andrews.
Which one of the 4 elementary schools are the worst? Out of those 4 renovations for the orange, LES, PMS, BES, RS, RSP?
RSP.
RSP. Are they worse than Sandusky?
Sandusky is worse.
Can we
It's just, I
still-
mean, it's different, it's just a different, but it's, Sandusky is a more challenging situation.
I just had a thought, like, we subbed out one of those, put Sandusky instead.
Well, and just think about capacities too.
Right.
You got a big capacity at RS Payne.
I will support what Mr. Trost said. I think that's a nice compromise. It doesn't nail us down to renovations at one particular school versus another. It does address the need to upgrade several, well, these 4 schools. So I will support the orange recommendation as well.
But in that sequence, what will be the sequence? So you'll do the Bass expansion first in your CIP and then renovations in terms of timeline? What will be the order of sequence?
If that's the direction, we can certainly do it. It's, you know,
Because if you're planning,
yeah, I think you have to do the Bass expansion first.
if you're planning to do close to home rezone, that expansion and infrastructure needs to be built up by 2025. So are we heading for a decision or we still,
So a couple of us have expressed support for the orange selection here. All right, I'll move that we adopt the orange recommendation.
Second.
so just clarification, in that orange expansion, the sequence of order will be first you're doing the expansion and then renovation.
Gas first, and then the renovations are things that go into the capital improvement plan, which would typically be understood over a longer time period.
Right? Is that the understanding?
That, yes.
Ms. Lau?
So the Bass expansion, since you said RS Payne is the worst out of those, then they would be the first one after Bass to be worked on.
It would be, but it's also expensive, so it may be, you know, you need to time it right, so with the bond capacities and things like that, so you have to do it both with, there's the condition, but also the financial capacity to do each one, because it's a really, a lot of capacity, big school, so.
Because I think if we present this to city council, we need to have an order for the renovations.
Yes.
So,
Well,
what,
so we have this here, written, and we could do it in a different order, but it's.
yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, I'm for orange.
You had a motion?
Motion and it was seconded. We're discussing that.
You have the wording of the motion, Madam Clerk, or do you want
The motion is simply the orange.
orange with the
To
order
adopt
of
the
the
orange.
expansion and then renovation? Right? Do we have any more discussion? Would you please call the roll?
Mr. Andrews,
Yes.
Mr. Trost,
Yes.
Dr. Day,
Yes?
Dr. Gupta,
Yes.
Dr. Carter,
Yes.
Mrs. Preston,
Yes.
Mr. DePaul,
Yes.
Mrs. Laurie.
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you. Is that completes the discussion?
Yes, it does.
All right. We're moving to item number 5, discussion of honoring previous board members. Dr. Carter, do you want to take the,
Yes. We have omitted honoring 2 former board members, Dr. Brennan and Dr. Senna, for their years of service. Dr. Senna 6.5 and Dr. Brennan 6 years, and hopefully we can honor them and also do what we've done for other board members if they prefer that on our November the 14th meeting, and where they can bring their families and all, have a chance to do that.
you want to do it in a work site? Because remember 14th, you want a smaller duration meeting because we are leaving.
Well, the next, whenever we can put it on this year, hopefully.
Because 15th, we are all driving to Williamsburg, and you for one wanted it
And I know, yes.
very short meeting.
Mhm.
So, would we have a plaque to give them or a certificate? How, I mean, what are the
Generally,
details of this?
Generally, when we do a
It's a Boston Rocker chair for
Right.
9 years.
Oh, we have a schedule for these
Yes.
things, okay?
And it's a lamp for 6 years.
and then we also do some type of declaration or whatever proclamation.
And the flowers for 3 years, is this flowers for 3 years?
I don't think I had anybody for 3 years, but we can put it down.
You don't get anything for 3 years.
A handshake, maybe.
Got the one.
Is this done for every prior board member?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not
I was just,
anything-
I like Dr. Brennan, I don't know the other member, but I was just thinking, what happened, you know?
They did it for Dr. Coleman in the very last meeting.
Okay.
He
It's
got
just
chair
the
for her.
timing of
Okay.
when they were notified and there wasn't time.
Thank you.
So we'll put it, not 14, but on the, maybe a work session.
Well, December, we'll probably only have one, that first December. When's the
We have
meeting?
the public hearing and the work session in the second week of December, because we do the budget public hearing.
Well, let's hope we can do it so it'll have to be November or December, or should be.
Yeah.
The regular December session as a
We'll
Put
special.
it on
Yeah.
the December session. And,
Yeah.
and does Tina take care of acquiring the,
Yeah.
and we'll have to invite them?
Yes, with their families, yes.
Yeah, good idea.
Not 14.
Hey, you missed it.
December, whenever, when
Not
the meeting,
November 14.
right, well, December, that's
Yeah.
fine.
November 14th, we have the items lining up and we gotta drive, so, but not November 14th. We good with that?
Yes.
So we'll do
December
it.
work session,
Now, was this
This
an
December
action?
business
Do we
meeting.
have to act on this or? don't?
December the 5th.
Okay.
December 1st, regular session. School board policy discussion, item F1, Dr. Edwards, curriculum instruction policy review.
Okay, yep, these are up for first review. The CNI work group met on September 26th, and I will turn it over to Mrs. Pugh.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Edwards, and good evening, Board. We reviewed these 5 policies. As you all know, we've been going through the numbered policies, which are the older policies, and these were the last 2 numbered policies under curriculum and instruction. So I'm not going to go over all of the details, but the first one, we're recommending that we retire that in lieu of IIBD, which is linked twice in here. The next one, we made some minor modifications based on LCS practices related to disposal of textbooks and library books and other instructional material. The last 3 were just up for 3-year review, LCS, and we made no suggested changes there. So since you've had an opportunity to look at these and review them before the meeting, I will take any questions if you have them.
So who's on curriculum and policy review? You are,
Yeah, we talked about it, discussed it in our meeting. Yeah, that's what we decided.
you good to
Yes.
go?
So I
It's
move
Dr.
we-
Day and Ms. Lowry.
I move that we accept the modifications.
Second.
Second, Mr.
Second.
Andrews. Discussion? Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Andrews,
Yes.
Mr. Trost,
Yes.
Dr. Day,
Yes?
Dr. Gupta,
Yes.
Dr. Carter,
Yes.
Mrs. Preston,
Yes.
Mr. DePaul,
Yes.
Mrs. Laurie.
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you.
Student services policy update, Dr. Edwards?
Sure. And that was a busy day, September 26th, because the Student Services Policy Work Group also met to review some policies. And Dr. Brown is here after a long day in training, thank you for being here, to go over those as well, so.
Good evening, members of the board. In the interest of time, I will just answer any questions that you may have. I do want to call your attention to the first 3 policies that were just some minor word changes, and our policy review committee did meet to review all of these. The next 3 policies were deletions, recommended deletions, based off those being older policies from either the 70s, 80s, or 90s, in that we have current board policies that satisfy those requirements and they are no longer needed. We did have a slight change to the drugs in schools policy. The recommendation is to change it from a consent into substance use counseling and programming to parents may opt out. And then your two other policies, one is a regulation that supports the restorative system and allows us to have a mechanism for students to go in and out of those programs and defines those programs through regulation. And then the last one is adding a policy procedure for emergency removal to make situations in schools a little safer when we need to get a student out of the educational environment for the issues of safety. Where a suspension wouldn't be appropriate, and we don't have any other mechanisms to do so. Those were also reviewed by the committee as well. So without going into further detail, if there are any questions, happy to entertain those.
Who are the board members on service policy?
Ms. Preston, Ms. Lowry, and Dr. Carter.
You guys discussed it, you good?
Yeah, we had this discussion.
I have a question. Can you, this is one part of our homework for tonight that I'm afraid I'm delinquent on. I was not able to read through all the proposed changes in advance. Can you summarize for me the changes in the last one here, the restraint and seclusion policy? What is new here?
Yes, sir. So it provides the provision for us to create regulations that will allow us to emergency remove a student from a building. I can give you an example of that. So in the world of Title IX, if a student is undergoing a Title IX investigation, but the Title IX investigation has not been concluded, we cannot do any discipline for those students or suspend them while the investigation is going on. Best case scenario from our trainings and our legal team, those trainings should take somewhere between 60 to 90 days to complete those investigations. So even if we have evidence that a student has done something, it's not safe for them to be in a building, we have no policy that allows us to remove them from the building. Adding an emergency removal policy will allow us to do that. It also includes there being provisions for documentation, parent communication, so the parents are informed, and making sure that all those items are taken care of appropriately.
So what does that look like? When you said you can then move for the 30 or 90 days while it's been investigating, where's the student?
A lot of times they would, under our current policy, would be back in the base school. Fortunately, we haven't had that come up yet. We've been able to navigate through some other mechanisms, but this would allow us a more appropriate way to either allow students to attend a different setting or homebound educational services while the investigation is taken care and being investigated.
Any other discussion?
This is a first reading?
This first reading, if there's not significant concerns, you want to make it an action item or more, or do you want to
I think we need additional.
time?
And there's no use rushing these. We have,
No,
this
there's
is
no
the first
rush,
reading.
absolutely. Yeah, there's absolutely no reason rushing. So, thank you, Dr. Brown.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Doc.
Have a wonderful night.
You too.
And next is informational items. Ad hoc Discipline Policy Review Committee meets Thursday, October 26th at 3:30 p.m.
So we're in discussion about possibly rescheduling that. We're still trying to clarify one thing, so that might get moved to November 2.
Okay.
But I still need to clarify something. So,
And the legislative breakfast is also not on November 3rd?
No, it's decent.
Yes, at this point, it is going to be legislative breakfast December 1st. Is a date that seems to work for the school side. I want to run that by our legislators and make sure that they are able to attend it. December 1st, 8:30 to 10 a.m. at EC Glass Marie Waller Auditorium.
Is there a reason why it says canceled down there?
That was the one for November 3rd, and we had one of our delegates had another conflict that came up after we'd already scheduled it, and asked if we could be gracious enough to reschedule it, and because that's who we want to be able to speak to, we want them there, so we want to accommodate their schedule.
So it has moved from November 3rd tentatively to December 1st, tentatively.
And at the time of this, we hadn't arrived on that date by the time this agenda had been prepared. We just had our latest LACRA meeting earlier today.
There's none on November 3rd for sure.
Nothing November 3rd for sure. Canceled.
Right, thank you. Academic Success Committee?
And our next LACRA meeting is going to be November 14th at 4 p.m.
So same day as Academic Success Committee is also November 14th at 3:30 p.m.
Is it, is that going to create a conflict for you?
No. Oh, are you not there that day?
I'm
Yeah,
not in.
I'm not on that committee. On that committee is
Academic
Lowry,
Success
Preston,
Committee
and
is-
Jaleel.
Right, I'm not on
And
that.
none of them are on this
Right.
committee, so there's no overlap
Well,
between
the
the
only
two committees.
issue we'll have is maybe a room
We have to
change.
go use another room.
That's no problem.
We got only one missed day, but that's okay. You gotta
But
take.
technically, I'm only for academic
Yeah,
success.
they can take your own minutes. School board meeting Tuesday, November 14th at 5 p.m. here in the boardroom. VSB annual convention, November 15th to 17th in Williamsburg. Finance and Facilities Committee meeting Tuesday, November 21st at 3:30 p.m. here in the boardroom. All those times, Ms. Lowry?
Just for clarification for our next one, because the answers that Dr. Edwards and Bodica needed for the 4, are we coming back to the T.C. Miller one next time? Is that unfinished business?
You're talking about those 4 questions we addressed?
We never did
We
number
voted
2.
answers for 3 of them, but not 1.
Yes, so that's unfinished, but so we'll come back to that? Okay, all right. and I-
PK question is not answered yet.
Oh, okay, all right, I'm just making sure, I was like, did we lose sight of that? Okay, and the other things, I gave you information about the pie thing is an afternoon, it's a lunch on March 14th. Yours is a breakfast,
Okay,
and ours is a lunch.
but I just got notification from Whitney Boyd that says the pie breakfast.
That's the 20th, that's on the 20th.
November 20th.
Yeah, that's November 20th at 8 o'clock.
Okay, so what's on March
That's-
14th?
That's Pie Day.
Right.
And so we're doing on the committee a meeting with for the CTE, all the people for businesses, but that afternoon, and we're using the culinary students to come together from both high schools to do that.
Okay. Okay.
Or the snacks or finger foods or whatever.
But that's not on this calendar, is it?
No, pie, I think because it's a committee, it's
So it's
not
not for all of
yeah,
us,
it's,
is
yeah,
what you're saying.
exactly,
Okay.
so.
And I won't
but-
be there for the pie thing, so
all right.
you could be.
But you will be there for the substitute for him.
No, that meeting is, there is no meeting on Thursday.
Yeah.
That is not a
Talking about.
disciplinary review meeting, that's a,
Except for one.
Academic ad hoc
Dr.
committee.
Carter.
We have to
Oh,
keep the
okay.
discipline committees. There's 2
that's the,
discipline committees. There's the Ad hoc Discipline Policy Review Committee, and then there's the regular Discipline Committee, which reviews the cases. And those are different committees.
There was a confusion, that's why.
and that's
There's
why,
still a
it
confusion.
wasn't on my calendar, like, I don't have a meeting
Yeah,
on Thursday.
okay.
No, that's not, so that's the ad hoc
All
different
right.
committee.
All right, and on the Academic Success Committee, we are going to do some unfinished business because Don Hicks did present a conflict and resolution, so we ran, it was over, and I would like to try to keep it an hour, so we said we'll just do it unfinished business next time.
Very good. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Yes.
Adjourn, good. You don't need to take a vote, right, for adjourn?
Who made the motion?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.